Greetings, adventurers. This is Have Dice Will Save, the Pathfinder 2nd Edition venture, where I have no friends, only Zool. So, we are back to our normal campaign from
Back, bitches.
like a month of not doing this.
Yeah.
Too long. Oh, my
so-
hair started falling out. It's terrible.
It'll be fun to see if any of us remember how to play Pathfinder after a month.
Yeah.
But yeah, couple of quick things. Next weekend, I am going to be not here. I will be in Concord, North Carolina, where I will be at Ichiban Con. And I will be running a panel. If anyone happens to be at Ichiban Con and would like to come to my panel, will be on tabletop game storytelling and how to tell memorable stories specifically. And also how to avoid the mistakes that make stories shit. Because I have experience in both of these.
Yes.
So, yeah, if you happen to be in North Carolina, or, want to be in North Carolina, come check us out. And then on Sunday, the people who aren't in North Carolina will be doing a one-shot. Keep an eye out for details on that. We're still finalizing exactly how that's going to work out. But I believe Paul will be helming that one. So you guys
It's gonna be interesting,
you
guys.
you guys will get to see an example of memorable storytelling. Or maybe shit. We'll see.
It'll be memorable. It'll likely also be shit. but-
Let's be real, Paul. You're not going to be at the panel. We know which one it's going to be.
So yeah, that'll be fun. Is there anything else we have to get out of the way? But yeah, so next Sunday we're going to be doing another sort of off the beaten path side quest kind of thing, but then we will be rolling right back into our normal campaign for the foreseeable future.
Full force.
Yeah,
And
boy.
in the near future, we are going to have a couple of other things that we're going to roll out. Don't want to go into details yet until we have the exact timeline nailed down for sure, but should be in not too many weeks before we have some brand new things to show to you. But okay, so I think without further ado, I guess I should mention, as you may notice, we're missing a couple of people.
Yeah. Maybe we're
I made my peace with the facts so hard that I forgot that not everyone knew what was going on.
And they weren't here to remind you.
Bree is sick today, so we will be without our goblin friend.
Wishing her a speedy recovery.
Yes.
F in chat.
Press F to pay respects. But yeah, she will hopefully be back for next week. And then Morgan will be joining us, barring further disaster. She is on her way back from her holiday excursions and is stuck on a turnpike behind an accident right now. So
Yes, a big giant accident that
Yeah.
closed an entire turnpike.
So we're hoping to have her here after the break. So.
yes, so hope whenever she shows up, we'll just fold her right in and things will go on. Okay, so I think that is everything. Now that I remembered that things are weird for people who don't know what's going on. So
I'm all
without
by
further ado-
myself.
let's all take a deep breath. Because here we go. So, last time, on Have Dice will save. Our adventurers, the Dream Team,
Yeah.
emerged from the swamps of Scortile into the forests near the border, where they found themselves beset by some surprising, we'll say, anomalies in Scree's magic, which seemed to be brought on by the Fire Moon, the blood moon phase of Aileron's smaller moon, Palacia. This culminated in Scree spontaneously summoning a number of fire elementals, fire elemental creatures, I guess, which the party successfully fought off, and then continued to Southwatch, the southernmost town in the Regency of Cadia. There they spent the night and discovered in the morning that the caller to the ways, the god of magic and knowledge and balance, had arrived investigating an anomaly of some kind, deftly avoiding any contact with them. The Dream Team set out back toward Marshall Stand, and just before reaching the port town of Wilterport, they had a group dream where they were contacted by the Bramble Man, who also was investigating an anomaly. Deftly avoiding that, they find themselves now waking up. Or rather, they would find themselves now waking up, except
That's a good sign.
They find themselves not waking up.
Tessie,
Yes.
you had taken the first watch
Hmm.
on this night. And having been relieved now by your party mates, who likely muttered something vague about a strange dream, which I'm sure they will tell Tessie about later. But right now, you shuffle off to sleep. And for a little while, things are quiet. You have normal, unremarkable dreams. Probably about some kind of feats of acrobatic prowess performed before numberless crowds. Until, after a while, your dreams transition to one in a dark place. Not quite as dark as the kind of boundless void that the Bramble Man has manifested to your friends in before. Here, you can hear vague sounds like the falling of tiny pebbles or, large particles of stone that echo vaguely off of what sounds like walls around you. And after a few moments, you get the sense that you're in a large stone chamber. The air is cold and kind of thick, stale, like it hasn't been circulated in possibly centuries. And it almost like clings to your skin and crawls up your arms. At the center of this chamber is a stone dais. And on top of this dais is a small glass globe. It is maybe 10 inches in radius, or in diameter rather, and rests on a wooden base that is inlaid with this beautiful silvery filigree. It looks like it might be intended to be a language, but no language you've ever encountered, certainly. As you approach this dais, you see that inside this glass globe is a small owl. Pure white in its feathers, its eyes closed and standing perfectly still, wings slightly out away from its body. And for a moment, you're not really sure if it's alive or dead, or if it's real at all, if it's maybe just an image somehow projected into this globe, or really if anything in this dream is moving at all, until a motion catches your eye, and almost as though the dream's mysterious illumination simply hadn't been drawn to it until it became part of your attention, you see that there is a bat next to the globe, sitting there with its leathery wings sort of draped against the sides of it, and one little clawed foot scratching against the corner of the little like lower part of the glass and down across the wooden base. And you can see that just the faintest scratch started to be made in the glass. And down at the base, you can see a little line scored across the wood and even into that silvery filigree, breaking the pattern in just one spot. So what do?
Are you trying to get in?
The bat doesn't really seem to hear you, and yet somehow the pattern of its movement changes, almost hurrying a little bit, as though to confirm.
Are you trying to get in, or are you trying to get the owl out?
It scrabbles a couple of times in quick succession against the glass, almost like a desperation.
One tap for yes, 2 taps for no. Are you trying to get the owl out?
It stops entirely, and for the first time, it tilts its head just slightly toward you, and you see whatever strange illumination is allowing you to see these things glint in its eyes. You don't get a response. For a moment, it's just as still as the owl inside the glass. Until you see movement on the glass. And for a second, your mind interprets it as the owl trying to move. Until you realize it's a reflection coming from behind you of a face.
I'm gonna turn around.
Okay. When you turn, you see the source of the reflection. It's a woman, a dark-skinned elf woman with fairly short cropped black hair and rich dark skin, draped in a fine purple robe that sort of flows off of her. The fabric is too heavy to be silk, and yet it's kind of like trailing folds flutter slightly in a way that would be silk-like. How that is happening, it's hard to say, but it seems to be the effect. And for a moment, she just looks at you. She's much taller than you are, obviously, but somehow she doesn't really seem to be looking down. And her gaze is almost pleading. There's silence for a second until she says, Find me. Find the voice.
What can I do to find you?
She opens her mouth to speak again, but pauses in mid-action as you see her skin start to turn dry and cracked, and then slowly sloughs away into dust until she just collapses back as a skeleton, still wrapped in this fine purple robe.
All right,
You-
I'm not gonna do this to the microphone, but Jesse's.
Excellent point. And you notice for the first time as she falls back, because the fall seems to pull it up from under the robe, a chain around her neck, holding some kind of pendant that you can't quite see.
All right, I'm gonna walk up very carefully, try to pick up the pendant.
You reach down to try and pull the pendant out of the fabric of the robe. And you touch the metal, and it's very cold. Colder somehow than the room around it, even though moments ago it would have been worn by someone who had body heat. Somehow now it has cooled beyond even the temperature of the chamber. And you just start to pull the chain to get the pendant free.
Would I be able to do some dream manipulation?
No.
And reach into my pocket for a pair of gloves?
Not in this case.
Okay.
Normally that would be within your capability. You think for somehow in the back of your mind you have the thought to do that, and yet you find that this stream does not wish to be manipulated. Which tells you something, but we'll get to that.
She's a little freaked out then.
Yes.
Right now she's really freaked out because normally her dreams don't work like this.
And as you pull at the pendant to try and get it free to get a better look at it, there's a sharp tap right next to you. You turn and you see a stick that is tapped against the ground, held by a little, wrinkly, scaled hand. And down leans the face of an old kobold. You trade spicy for voice?
Yes.
Trade spicy for voice.
Yes.
Good. And he taps his stick, and suddenly you wake up.
I need more pepper. That's the first thing out of her mouth when she wakes up.
Okay, come on, they're back, you guys.
Get back to the real playlist now. Cool. So you wake up. Couple of quick things. Your inability to manipulate that dream suggests it is not like your normal dreams. And most dreams, from what your family has told you, that can't be manipulated are ones that are sent by the walker.
Okay, so she's not quite as freaked out as I thought she would be.
Or sent ones that have great significance in any case.
Not quite as frightened.
Yeah.
She's sitting up and taking notice, but she's not as scared
Mm-hmm.
as I thought she was going to be. By not having been able to manipulate it.
So, around that time, everyone else finds themselves waking up.
So that yawn can be in character.
What's that?
I said, so that yawn can be in character.
Yes, absolutely.
Ivan will go about his morning rituals, doing his prayers and preparing his
Dreams.
spells.
Dreams.
I need pepper.
What?
In my
I do
dream.
not think we have.
The kobold said it wanted to trade spices for the voice, and she said I needed to find the voice before she crumbled into a dusty skeleton, which was freaky as hell. But that I need pepper.
Who's she?
I don't know who she was. Will be, isn't.
It's certainly a weird dream.
I need Pepper. And I need the kobolds.
Oh, we were heading back to Marshall's stand anyway.
Don't you think is dream with kobold needing pepper and skeleton woman crumbling and all that is more likely just dream?
No, because there weren't gloves in my pocket.
This makes it sound more like it's just dream.
Trust me,
Sherry,
Ivan. I know
or-
just a dream.
Hesse, if you could roll me real quick a religion or bardic lore check, whichever
Right.
is better for you.
Whichever is optimal.
That is going to be actually I think they're roughly similar. I'll roll religion just 15.
Okay. The bat is the walker's sacred animal.
Oh, so that makes her bat costume make much more
Yes.
sense. All right.
However, in especially old traditions, the owl is also a sacred animal of the walker. It's fallen out of favor, but you're aware that in times past, the owl was also considered one of its sacred creatures.
So there was a bat, which is one of the walker's sacred animals, trying to get an owl out of a glass orb. And an owl used to be one of the walker's sacred creatures. And I couldn't. So then when this lady crumbled into dust, I was trying to pick up her necklace and it was very cold. So I thought, okay, well, I'll have gloves in my pocket now. And I reached into my pocket to have gloves and I couldn't. You've never done that in a dream? Just thought, okay, now something's there and it's there?
No.
No. I just
Oh,
have
you must
dream.
not practice. I practice. I can usually do that. I'm pretty good at it now. It's fun. But I couldn't, and that means that the dream wasn't mine. The dream was its. The walker's.
You say bat. Bat is animal of walker, yes?
Yes.
So
So the dream was the walker's dream. It sends us dreams. I've never
Are we
had one
sure that
before,
it's not
but I've been told to watch for them.
well, if means we need to check in on Kobold, I am okay with this. Maybe he have more platinum. You never know. Last time turned out very well. I have no objection to plan.
So we need to look for a mysterious voice.
I don't know what the voice was. Voice.
Are there any religious significances
voice.
of pendants or like maybe emblems
I
that
couldn't see what it was. It was underneath her clothes. I just saw that she was wearing one after she crumbled into a dusty skeleton. After she told me to find her, and I asked her how I could find her, and she begged me to find the voice, and crumbled, and
Did she look like anything? Is just human?
a dark-skinned
Yes.
elf.
nothing
So,
religiously significant
I
about
would
that?
suggest probably Elfland.
It could be Authandi, could be from honestly any of the northern
So,
nations.
A northern-looking elf.
There are a couple elven civilizations that are fairly far north.
And elves are fairly common in most of the northern
She was
nations.
wearing very fancy purple clothing.
I mean,
Well-
it doesn't really narrow it down a whole lot.
No, it
I
doesn't.
think only thing we know where is Kobold.
Yes.
So let's go Kobold, see if he have new thing to give us. You pick up pepper for Kobold.
And that shouldn't be too hard. There are markets. I can get pepper at a market. And I can probably get the same pepper at the same market. That's where my grandmother always buys spices when we're in Marshall's stand. So
Yeah, there's spots on the row that you can definitely get that sort of thing.
What was... You said something about Dream 2, huh?
Yeah, you were there. We had a dream with the Brambleman again. This time you were on watch, but the rest of us had it together. Scree was not there, obviously. Still.
Except for me.
Scree is obviously not there. You don't have the mark anyway.
Yeah.
This is a good thing, usually.
Yeah.
So it turns out the Brambleman is also interested in what's going on with the disturbances that we found. We didn't tell him that we think it might have something to do with Scree. He said that information is valuable to him. So I didn't know. We didn't want to give up anything without having a conversation about it first. I personally don't want to tell him about it.
I do not trust him enough to tell about. Honestly, until I know more about what is happening and what people say they will do to Scree, I think we don't tell anybody about Scree. If they think answer is, oh, just kill Scree right away, this is problem.
Yeah.
So if do not know prevents problem.
Thank you for that. That's very kind.
But it is worth noting that a lot of the deities are looking for what's going wrong. I don't know. You probably didn't hear about it, but the Brambleman said that something was trying to cross the barrier.
Yeah, something about reality is breaking. Something like that.
I think I used the word
Oh.
boundary, but barrier would also apply.
is that all?
Is something like that. Apparently there's some boundary barrier or something between, I don't know,
Boundaries.
world?
Make a religion check.
That's a 27.
The gods maintain a barrier between Aileron and the Outer Realms
Okay.
to prevent specifically demons and celestials from entering plane.
Apparently is some kind
It also makes it more difficult for other outsiders to enter unbidden, but it specifically is meant to keep celestials and infernals out.
apparently
and abysses.
barrier that separates us from outer realms, stops demons getting in, was somehow breached.
Well, that
Is holding barrier.
isn't good.
The
It said like a small crack.
We should probably figure out a way to uncrack it.
The is why I wish to know more. I think at the moment is best. Maybe follow lead for Kobold, maybe is related. Other gods also looking for problem? Perhaps this is how Walker does.
It tracks. I mean,
The other thing that will be important to keep note of is that we'll need to keep an eye on the moon cycles. Obviously, before the next moon is. If we can get any information, that will probably be helpful. Which means we probably should look at any trails that we can find that might indicate anything about your past history.
Yeah, I'll look into that.
Kobold first, Ree's history after.
It's every year and a half. It's not even a really big deal. It's whatever.
It breaks reality.
I mean, a little.
At least,
Yeah.
At least significantly, significantly enough to involve not one but two gods.
Probably
It's never
3.
broken reality before. It's probably a fluke. It's fine.
Who's the third?
Walker.
No, Walker, Brambleman, who else?
Caller of Ways.
Just showed up in when that's why we fled.
Where was I?
I don't,
You guys will remember Tessie was still asleep.
you were that's right. You were asleep. It's
And
why
nobody thought to wake me
you
up?
were sleeping.
We woke you up when we left.
I mean, you
Oh, yeah, thanks, guys. You didn't leave me behind. Awesome.
time was of essence.
It was again concerned that we hadn't had a conversation and were fearful for Scree's life.
We do not want God to delete Scree. Is generally considered a bad thing.
They might not have been there to delete her.
We do not know this. I do not take chance.
But we don't.
Do you want to take chance? Go ahead, show her to God. See? Oh, this is thing that break reality.
I'm not.
You work so hard to maintain barrier. This thing break it.
Show
Here, have fun.
Scree to the caller to the ways. I'm saying, sit down and have a nice conversation with the caller to the ways and
I
say,
think
hey,
random
what's
dwarf walk.
up?
I think random martial dwarf walk up to caller of ways and say, "Hey, can we have conversation?" She probably turned me into butterfly or something.
Honestly, I haven't had the best track record with gods either.
Is generally
Well.
ill advised to simply walk up, interrupt what God is doing, and talk to God's face. They do not take well often.
okay, so they weren't actually trying to talk to us.
No, they were looking
Okay.
for a hole in reality. We leave before they find it and kill it. Scree, I like you a little bit now, so I at least let you not die to God.
Thanks. You're like a tear up now.
Not God killing
I
best
am
friend
never
tier.
falling asleep.
Not ratting me out to God's best
again.
friend tier.
I take that back. If I never fall asleep again, I can never dream again.
it's a conundrum.
This
You know, that
this
seems
seemed
like a promising
positive in general.
fewer dreams, fewer gods.
You say that like it's a good thing.
It's seeming
few-
like a good thing lately.
Fewer gods, not necessarily a good thing. Well, maybe one fewer, less brambly at least. But until we figure out what people want to do to Scree, I think we keep quiet. We learn a bit more, we figure things out, we do research, we don't let people try to kill Scree.
At the very least, we don't give that information for free.
Duh.
Because I don't know about you guys, but I don't feel like owing the Bramble Man a debt for forever. So to the stand?
I think it's time we get moving.
During all of this, Amelie has been doing her morning
Meditation.
meditations and katas, more or less. But once you determine to go to the stand, she falls in behind you. And you know that you're half a day-ish from Wilterport, which puts you, basically you'd be in the stand sometime after nightfall, assuming the ferry timing works out well. You look like you have a question. Okay.
Okay? We head standward.
Okay. So you spend the next probably 4 or 5 hours finishing the journey to the Wilterport. By now, you're keenly aware of how much time Kendall saved you on the way over to Southwatch by having, wheels attached to a cart. But
Next time we get paid.
yeah, you eventually make it there to Wilterport. And again, you see the tiered coastal city.
Really get like a caravan or two.
No, I'm sorry, the tiered one was Athelport. Wilterport's the flat one. Wilterport's the flat coastal city.
You mean like a carriage?
Like a caravan, like the rolling home that we have at the circus.
Oh. I thought that meant the whole thing. I was like, that's a lot of carriages.
One single
One
unit.
single.
We could look into. I think is not huge priority.
Could speed up travel a lot. At least for now, we're going to be taking a ferry, so.
And as you approach Wilterport, you can see that there is a small handful of Creedsguard seeming to be stationed kind of along the outer edge of the city, which there wasn't before. And once you're close enough, you can notice that kind of just on the edge of like your vision, you can see that part of the dock that forms Wilterport's port seems to be gone.
What?
Like the sort of southernmost corner of the docks apparently at some point got just like snapped away. You can still see vaguely the shapes of floating wood in the water and washed up on what is now exposed beach under where that dock used to be.
I am super glad we were not there for whatever did that.
Is there a crowd gathered around it or anything? Or?
There's what looks like workmen like on that edge. They don't seem to be currently building anything, but perhaps it's hard to tell. You're still pretty far away from it, but you can see shapes of people there near the edge.
Perhaps the Krieger?
Doesn't look like it's immediately happened. It just happened, but would have to be fairly recent because you were here three and a half days ago.
Yeah.
And there was definitely a port there before.
To the Creed's guard. I guess we'll just ask the guard what the heck happened. So walking up to the door.
Then I'll walk up with him.
Okay. As you walk up, you see that every maybe 200 yards or so appears to be a Kree's guard. The one you happen across is actually a sort of stout-looking older dwarf man who is carrying a halberd. He looks over as you approach, and basically as soon as he sees you, he kind of like straightens his posture and holds the halberd a little bit more like stately, I guess, like more
Kind of more-
perfectly straight. And it's not threatening, but it's definitely a, like, I could totally stab you
Look, I
expression.
am guard.
I
Look how guardy
do
I
not
am.
react at all.
I have a pointy thing.
I don't react at all. Just Zdrozvidya. What happened here?
Well, there was these water beasts.
Water beasts?
Yeah, like not last night before that.
What kind of water beasts?
Well, I wasn't there, but everybody said there was like one of those water spouts, but had eyes.
So the crack in the barrier between this plane and hell type of water beast?
Oh.
Would have put it at the right time to be during the blood.
Is ferry still operational?
Yeah, they had to move it down to the far end of the dock.
So
Is only one water beast? Did they get it?
I mean, it was water.
Oh, it was a literal water beast.
Yeah.
not unlike the fire thing.
Oh,
Did it
wow.
seem to come from somewhere or just appear out of nowhere?
It sort of kind of rose around a ship and then swept in on the docks and then
What happened to ship?
it sank. It sank real good.
Old people dead?
No, I mean it was at the port, so some of them got off, but
Do we know where any of them are?
I don't know. You could ask the captain.
Хорошо. I think we maybe talk to Captain. Huh?
Probably a good idea.
Spasiba for
Thanks,
information. We will, I guess, ask around.
Yeah, he's I think he's down there by the port.
Further into town we go. So maybe it wasn't just Scree.
Or
Hmm.
yes, definitely not just me. Not my fault. We're good.
Is, I think, important to figure out if other persons summon water thing. Maybe talk to them about why they summon water thing. Reed did not seem very water connected.
No. Well,
Oh.
also she was all the way over in Southwatch. I highly doubt, as odd as the magic was behaving, I highly doubt it would have had a range that far.
I do not know. It goes out of barrier, but I think is more likely someone on ship was culprit here.
Or just in the
think
docks.
we
somewhere.
want to find and talk to.
All right.
So you proceed through Wilterport. It's not a big town. It's more or less, a big old docks that people built homes around because they had to live there. But you get through town to the port. You find that there is indeed like a bit of a crowd around kind of the edge of the port, and then there are some workmen over at the edge who seem to be leaning over, being like, "Yep, that's a broken dock. gonna need some wood.
It's broke real.
It's
good.
real broke."
Well
they're-
observed.
Periodically somebody will say, "Well, we could try this," and they're like, "Nope,
That won't work.
That's
Too broke
Too
for
broke."
But what if we no? Well,
Gonna have to like cut back to over here?
gonna have to break
The whole
it
damn
more.
thing. But you do see that there are a couple of figures in Kriesgard armor at the port.
So I will look around to where he said the captain was and see someone that looks like they might be a captain.
Okay, make a perception check for me, please. And one other person may, if they wish.
Quick, gather the eyes of God.
She's gonna roll
17.
only ones on perception today, I swear.
I got 17.
But she has the eyes of God.
Oh, wow. I also.
My word is law.
Oh, no. I got 18.
God damn it.
Like I said, eyes of God.
Both of you, at about the same time, notice a tall figure in proper order of the Kriesgard armor. And moments after you notice it, you find it familiar. You see that Hendry is standing there on the docks.
Henry!
Oh, Henry! Hello!
Oh, yes. Hello. Why are you here?
It's coincidence, it seems, but you seem to have. I heard something about water monster.
Like water beasts, not as in beasts living in water, but beasts literally water. Those don't
Yes,
get
elementals.
seen very often.
It would seem that elementals attacked the dock.
We heard that they sank a ship really sunk.
Yes. That
We-
is factual. As you're standing there beginning this conversation, you notice that there is another Kriesgard a little bit further down. But then in what looks kind of like the scout armor that one of Henry's assistants was wearing. The only one who survived your first night in Adeland, in
Oh
fact.
god.
He's still kicking strong.
Still kicking strong, but it's not him wearing it.
Oh, maybe not.
In similar armor, you see this little short figure maybe about your size, Tessie. Standing kind of off to the side, staring over the dock. And out of the shoulders, you see a couple of leaves sort of poking out of the armor. And on top of its head is a familiar-looking, round, wooden, carved apple.
Huh.
But keep talking.
New recruit?
He sort of follows your gaze. Oh, yes. After the catastrophe, we got help wherever we could.
Ivan, how?
I don't know. I don't make plant monster. What happened to Stump?
I'm sorry, to what?
The Stump thing. It was.
The
It has Stump head. Why? What happened?
The
How
keg-
did?
the-
Why is walking around?
the keg that Ivan tried to carve out of the stump is apparently your new recruit.
Oh, you did that.
I carved into. I was trying to make apple-shaped apple cider keg. It didn't
Yes.
work very well. But
Well, that is. Oh my god, what did I name the stupid thing? God damn it. I kept thinking of it as Stump, but I gave it a real name. Oh, right. Leaves on water. Yes, that is Leaves on Water. He's a Leshy. No, okay, right. It's a nature spirit.
Why is using my carving?
That is so cool!
It's interesting. I don't.
They make their bodies out of natural materials.
That is so cool!
Okay. I made that.
That is so cool!
Now it's walking around.
I'm okay with this.
And is apparently a Creed's guard.
and also appears to be staring like in fascination down at the water.
Hopefully, situation at town improved, huh?
Nothing
this-
else has attacked us. If that's what
This
you
is
mean.
good.
That is improved, I guess.
Yes.
It's much improved.
On the other hand, now I'm here, so
This is usually a little far out of your district, though.
it is.
Why? What brings you all this way?
This probably.
Elementals attacked the docks, and the Athelport contingent couldn't spare enough men.
Well,
Were there more instances than just this?
Not that I've heard.
good is isolated. It seems like event needs possibly some backup. Perhaps we can help with investigation.
I suppose if you'd like.
We have
Our going theory is a rogue sorcerer of some kind decided to summon a water elemental, and then it sank his boat.
any people you've talked to from boat that
The few that made it off appear to think that this thing simply came of its own accord. That is highly unlikely. Not strictly impossible from what I'm told. Not that I'm an expert in such matters, but
He's glaring at me. I don't do magic.
is as far as I know was more likely someone casting where no one could see.
yes. Witnesses to such things are often less than reliable.
Well, perhaps we can talk to see if we can provide other angle, see things different
If you'd like.
perspective. Where is people from ship? Where are they? If we could talk to, it would be helpful.
At the local lodging house,
Hmm.
I believe one of them, after we interviewed him, one of them left town rather quickly.
Do you know where he was headed?
My understanding was that he just wanted to be as far away from here as possible.
What did he look like?
A human 25 or so. Possibly northern.
Okay.
Let's
No
see,
one I
bro.
know.
No, I wouldn't think so. He was a sailor.
Mm.
I suspect he might have been from Wesifar, from his accent.
Port fucked.
Good notes. I'm so proud.
Yes.
Wilts
Yeah.
report second time. Port fucked.
Well, I think we will, we have some business with Bastion, right? But maybe we question them, then take ferry over.
Yeah, I guess so.
Хорошо. Well, thank you. It's good to see you again, Henry.
Yes.
Hopefully, we can help clear things up sooner rather than later. I like new friend.
He's quite helpful.
What does he do? Is he magic? Is he just
No, he likes swords.
Hmm.
Strange for a plant, but he really likes swords.
I can respect this.
I'll catch up with you guys in a minute.
Okay. That's Vidania. I'm just gonna start heading towards the inn.
And when you're probably going to go to them first, but when you have a minute, Tessie's going to walk up beside Leaves on Water and just sort of start looking, like staring down at the dock too.
Okay.
Yep, it's fucked.
Okay, so you guys go to the inn. Scree is going to find a tiny corner to hide in for this.
Understandable.
Not wanting to gather any attention. But you two go to the local lodging house. It's not a proper inn as such. I mean, it is, but it's a little more. You know, the big open room that you guys stayed in Adeland. It was just kind of like summer camp.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of beds in a room. That's basically the entire lodging house. They don't really have, private rooms here.
So,
Then, yeah, when you step inside, you see it's just kind of one single floor, long building with 2 rows of beds up against either wall. And there's a matronly looking old human woman sitting off to one side. It's not even really a desk in front of her so much as a table that's kind of gotten commandeered. And she sits there with it's either a loosely bound collection of papers or some kind of book that's been like kind of hand bound together. She's just like staring down at it, taking advantage of the sunlight streaming in from the window above her head.
You know when the next port will be? It was still working.
it was over there somewhere. I do not know.
You know, maybe we should have figured out if we were
Probably
gonna have to
should
stay
ask.
more than a day.
I'll walk up to the innkeeper. Like, you happen to know when ferry leaves?
Oh, I think the next one is in about 2.5 hours.
Thank you. 2.5 hours. We have some time.
Would it, if you wanted to investigate what was going on with the port, would it make sense to stay overnight and take the next one?
I think it depends on how long investigate. Perfectly honest, we want to talk to man who left. I think we ask around, see if we find way we can find man who left. So questioning here is mostly just find the man who left, check in with Bastion, check in with Kobold, go track him down.
Okay. So we probably don't need to get rooms for that.
I do not think anyone. I think man who left seems very likely most target. You want to look for a person who summoned the fire and elemental in the forest? Who do you look for? Oh, maybe people who booked it out of town as fast as could. Huh?
Fair enough.
So,
Where would we
first
start?
things first, though. Innkeeper, I need beer.
Well, I suppose I probably have a little bit.
It would be good if you did.
Right then. And she gets up and goes into this little dinky storeroom that's kind of just like a little closet that's been walled off from the main like body of the room. And she comes back a moment later, carrying this little keg, about yay big. I don't know what kind it is. It's been there a while.
I'll like kind of open the keg and sniff it a bit. Does it seem familiar at all, or?
No, it seems, we'll say, local.
This is all you have.
All I've got here, yes.
I'll take it.
That'll be, I guess I can give it to you for a silver.
Put one on the table. Take the keg. Take a sip of it.
It's not great. It's not the worst you've ever drank.
Will do.
It's probably slightly better quality than what you had in Bradford. Sort of kind of like dusty, muddy ale that they had there. But it does also have kind of less character for that. It's kind of bland, maybe a little watered.
It'll do. Spasiba. I'll take it and walk over to the woman reading the book.
That was the
Oh, that
Sorry.
was the.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought that that was someone sitting in the inn.
No.
Oh, okay. Then I'll.
She appears to
Who-
be the person
So then-
attending the
Yeah. They go, could you point me to someone that was on ship during accident thing?
Oh, I think right near the back over there. And she points down the way, and there's only a handful of people here at the moment. And off on the left, down near the far end, there is a figure sitting on one of the beds. The other one, I suppose, is out somewhere at the moment.
Thank you. We will talk to. I will wander away over towards the person that she pointed out.
Okay. You walk your way down between the bunks, and off on the side is sitting a man. He's kind of unremarkable. Just like clearly human, but kind of like slightly like flat-nosed. His hair is maybe grown a little bit longer than would be considered, I guess tidy. And it looks kind of bedraggled now. He's got dark, like chestnutty brown hair. And he just kind of like stares out the window in the wall, maybe 2 bunks down from him.
Like magic.
He has no magic. This is also a god.
Detect magic, your head explodes.
Yes.
You're in a hotel full of gods.
There's the
hotel
2
itself
gods
is
that are
a
the people
god.
you can see, and the 4 that are people you cannot see.
And
The
the
hotel
cats
is not a
that you
limited.
cannot see.
The hotel itself is also a god.
It's the god of mimics.
Yes.
I'm going to you walk up to him and be like, "Hello. You were on boat, I hear, duh?
Yeah.
What's your name?" "I am Ivan."
That one. I'm Rarth.
"Worth. I'm trying to figure out what happened, so if you have anything you see, could you describe what happened that night?"
Don't like thinking on it. was terrible. I was sitting there on the deck, and this great beast arose. Was like the sea's fury had come upon us. Was wind and water and rage. It swirled around, and it was above the deck for a moment, and then it descended, and I felt the ship rip apart under me.
Any indication of where it came from? How it came to be? You
I
see
don't
it
know.
from somewhere. Any person that looked like it was not attacking, or that seemed to summon it, or something.
I don't think so. There weren't that many people on the deck.
Hmm.
There was Barrow.
And what did what made him stand out?
Oh, he was on the deck. Went down with the ship he did.
Hmm.
Terrible.
Did he look suspicious in any way, or did someone you know for a
Well,
long time?
Next I saw him, he looked dead.
More before that. You brought him up.
Before that, he looked like he was on the deck.
Yeah, very good.
I think that's probably all we'll get.
And roll perception just to see
Sure.
if he seems to be
He
holding
is
out or anything, or
shocked.
whether it's just like, yeah.
Sure.
That's a 20.
Yeah, he seems profoundly disturbed,
And just,
but otherwise truthful.
yeah.
Yes.
Doesn't seem to have any clue about anything. Okay.
I find it unlikely that a lot of the survivors, kind of like off to the side, I find it unlikely that a lot of the survivors will remember much other
Mm.
than just
The last question. It was, how many survived? It was 3.
Of the ones that were on the ship, yeah.
Is other man outside, and is one other left town.
I suppose.
Man who left town. Anything you can tell me about him? Is what he looked like? Name? Anything?
His name's
like
Bulad.
Bulat.
Bulad.
Bulad.
With a D at the end.
Bulad. Do you know him at all, or was just on ship?
Been on the ship a few months.
Was worker?
Pretty
Sailor?
new. Yeah, deckhand.
Hmm. Ever see anything strange about him? Anything unusual?
Well, he's not too bright.
Hmm.
Kept to himself mostly.
Хорошо. Okay, well, thank you very much. Do you know where he was headed?
I didn't know he left.
Apparently he did.
That's good. I would leave too. Don't got nowhere to go without the ship now.
Well, I will... Could you point me in the direction of other person?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe one for food.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Don't get hit by any water beasts.
Will try my best to avoid.
Good.
Going to be
He
an
goes
off-
back to staring out the window.
I'm going to... So I guess now I'll... Did the woman say where she thought the other guy was? It was like a sign.
She didn't seem to be paying that much attention.
Hmm.
Did he have a drink or anything?
Him, no.
I'm gonna drink some more of my beer and go back to the innkeeper and ask, other man that stayed in town, do you know how I could find him? What does he look like? I want to find and talk to.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't pay that much attention to him. I guess they just came in together and they were kind of distraught.
Do you know anything about man that left town?
I never saw him. I'm here, aren't I?
Bulad?
Blood.
Never saw him? Okay.
I'm not sure if we'll be able to find much.
Got the name.
Yeah. But does it really sound like he's the kind of... I mean, if he wasn't particularly smart... Well, I guess he wasn't around since the previous moon, so they wouldn't have seen anything weird.
If magic is not based on learning, it does not need to be smart.
That's true.
My magic is given by God. If I were very dumb, I would still have same magic. Might not be able to use as well, but it's not granted by. Mine's granted more by intuition. Some people are simply tied to, I don't know, personality, I guess. You have magic, it does not seem to be based on you learning things from book.
Well, I don't know how much of it is me having the magic and how much is it from something else.
Regardless, it's not based on you being smart. It's irrelevant to that. So, him being dumb, not necessarily disqualified.
That's fair.
In the meantime, Tessie, you walk up beside this little figure. It's stump head, it's bent over, kind of staring down over the edge of the dock. Sort of bobs to the side a little bit, almost like it's swaying in the breeze.
You were right. It is real broke.
What is?
Doc.
Oh, that's not what it's supposed to look like.
No, there's a whole other part that's missing, and it's there, and there, and there, and there. Oh, over there.
Is that bad?
Yeah. Some of that might be ship and not dock. But yeah, there's a whole other part that's broke off apparently. Elemental water beast.
Yes. Water spirits.
The dock? Something? Sunk a ship? Broke off part of the dock? I'm Tessie.
I am leaves on water.
Meet you.
Yes, it is nice to meet you. And he reaches out a little viney hand and shakes your hand. Doesn't really have expression as such. Some eyes have been apparently carved into the apple and the little mouth. And there's little like verdant lights inside the eyes. But it's not like the face is changing. It doesn't have an expression. Yet it seems weirdly, he seems weirdly proud of himself for having succeeded in shaking your hand.
Inhabiting the stump that Ivan carved. What were you inhabiting?
What is an Ivan?
He's the dwarf who was with me earlier.
That's a good question.
Ivan is a name.
Oh,
But
is it a good name?
I suppose.
Good. And he made my stump.
Yes.
Good.
Well, what did you inhabit before that?
Nothing.
Brand new?
Here.
Oh. You didn't inhabit here before that.
Yes.
What made you choose to inhabit here?
It is a world.
It is.
There are things in the world to see.
There are a lot.
Also druids called.
That too. That'd do it. Yep. Yep, that'd do it.
But I came because there were things to see.
And you stayed because there were things to see?
Yes.
Or could you go back if you wanted to?
I would have to kill this body.
Oh. If that body died another way, would you just go back?
Yes.
That's kind of a morbid and possibly very impolite question, and I'm sorry if it's a polite question.
I would. I would become again.
Would you still be
It is
you, or would
complicated.
you be you but not you?
Yes.
Okay, that tracks.
People almost never understand it.
I don't completely, but I can understand understanding it, if that makes any sense.
No. But yes.
I can kind of get a sense of it unless I'm getting the wrong sense of it. In which case I'm not getting a sense of it, but I can get enough of a sense of it to think I'm getting a sense of it.
Yes.
What made you decide to join the Greed Guard?
They have swords.
Yeah. Yeah, they
It is curious, these swords.
Oh, I need to talk to this guy about swords.
I like them.
have you always liked.
No.
That's funny because you're inhabiting the stump that Ivan carved.
Yes.
And Ivan really likes swords. Ivan is a cleric of the Marshal of the Gleaming Blade.
Yes.
Swords are a part of Ivan's religion. Do you often do you or yours or you or like you
Your
absorb
speaking is very strange.
the traits of
When
the
the
things that
lady
you
tells
inhabit?
you that.
I don't know.
Have you? Oh, because you've never inhabited before. Have you?
No.
Have you known anyone who's inhabited before?
No.
You should come talk to Ivan.
Yes?
I mean, you can let me know if I can enter the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, at some point you can wander out from the inn.
I think if anything, Ivan would. I think yes. I think Ivan would be very interested to hear that you like swords so much.
Good.
Good.
I suppose as we leave the inn, I'm gonna be like, Emily, can you do a bit of look around, see if you can find who other person is?
Yeah,
I
I
need
can
to
see.
talk to Plant Man. And I will walk over and go, yes, Walter Leaf, hello. Why do you make home in Stump? Why not? Why you choose Stump?
It would make a good head.
I agree. It's very good.
He likes swords.
Is also very good.
That's why he joined the Creed's Guard.
Are you a paladin? Are you?
What?
How you use your sword?
I swing it.
Swing it really well or swing it with magic? It's two different ways to swing sword.
I am magic,
The
but my sword is not.
fighter. Cool. He just fight things. Can I see sword?
Yes. He pulls out a short sword, which for his size is kind of a long sword. So for size adjustment, he more or less is carrying a long sword.
It's very nice.
It's pretty standard Kriegsguard issue for, the rank and file Kriegsguard members. Probably honestly came with the armor.
It's nice.
But it's nice. It's a fine sword.
Do you know Marshall?
Yes.
Marshall of
He
Gleaming
is
Blade.
the one that Hendry works for.
Duh. You know, I carved that head of yours.
Yes,
Maybe
the
over-
Tessie was saying that. It is a good head.
I'm glad you think so. I agree. So why do you like swords so much?
I don't know. They are very interesting.
I couldn't
They make
sure.
a sound when you swing them.
They do.
And he perfectly imitates the sound of a blade swinging through air. The sort of high swish with a little bit of metallic ring to it. Shing.
Huh. It's very good imitation. I want to give sword symbol. What symbol do you want? I could put symbol of martial on sword. I could put personal symbol on if you want.
I don't know any symbols. Leaves on water. Would you make leaves on water?
I think I can. I tell you what, I do something. I am no artist, but I can do something simple. And if you see again, if you find someone who is good at art, and they draw you symbol, I can replace simple one with whatever you wish. Huh?
Yes.
I'm good at art. So she's gonna pull out her
Then here we
notebook
go.
and do a drawing of
Okay.
stylistic, sort of scroll work looking waves with a couple of leaves looking almost like they're drifting down onto it.
Okay. You have crafting trained, right?
Yes.
Please roll me a crafting check.
22.
You draw actually really well this image of it's sort of it's stylized, so relatively simplistic, but you feel like it really evokes motion, like the slow movement of leaves downward being kind of counterbalanced by the rolling motion of the wave. It's very nice.
Is this what you want on sword?
That is good.
You.
Yes.
I will use sigil to plant that right at the base of his blade,
Uh-huh.
in a way that makes it look like it's kind of flowing down the blade a bit.
This is good.
I'm glad
He
you like.
swings it once and it makes the shing. Good, it did not change sounds.
What do you plan to do?
I don't know. I will work with Hendry,
His noble goal.
and then I will see other things.
Duh.
A druid called him, and then he stayed because there were things to see.
Hmm.
This is a world with things to see.
You should check out big city over there. Marshall's stand. If you like swords so much, you will probably get along with most people worship Marshall. He is he's Marshall of Gleaming Blade. Lots of different people train you in fighting, lots of different things to look at. Blacksmiths, Garden of the Slain, people that fell to Marshall's sword.
That is good.
Want to see some dead guys?
Anyone in Garden earned their place there. Duh.
Good. Perhaps I will go.
I need to see if I can find other person who was on boat. Ask some questions. sometime we should spar.
Yes.
Interested to see how you use sword.
Henry says, I am becoming good.
Glad to hear.
I think he means with swords.
Most likely.
In what context does he say that?
After I swing it.
Then he means with swords.
Yes.
He means you are learning to use the swords well.
Would you like to do a short sparring session?
I think I am supposed to watch the docks.
Hmm.
Oh.
Make sure no water monster come back, duh?
Yes.
Orasho.
Or people try stealing things. Those are bad.
Duh.
Not that there's much left to steal.
Well, then I suppose I will leave you to do job.
Good.
See you around. What's water leaf?
Leaves on water.
Leaves on water, duh. Enjoy head.
It is a good head.
And I'm going to walk off to go.
When I am done with it, I will give it back.
Hopefully will not be for some time.
Yes.
Is yours now to do with what you wish.
That is good.
No, do you know what? I want it back. Give it here.
You pull it off and there's another stump underneath.
Ah, no!
That's my stuff.
Glad my plan finally came around. I've been planning since the day you left that behind. I'm like, that fucker's becoming a gourd lesh.
I will walk off to see if I can find Emily and see if she has any leads on how to, on where this other guy is.
Okay.
I will follow you.
In the meantime, if you would like to roll a diplomacy check for gathering information.
Try and give myself some space to roll. Ooh, that real good. 28.
You gather that this guy stuck around long enough to get interviewed and headed vaguely northward.
Which guy?
The one who left town.
Oh, okay.
Did I give him a name yet?
Ulad.
Oh yes, thank you. I thought I did, but I couldn't remember what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he stuck around long enough to get interviewed and then skipped town. More or less, it seems, because there was nothing left for him without the ship.
Yeah. Real quick question for geography. We're on the southern edge of the lake.
No, you're south of Athelport is to the north,
Yeah.
and Wilterport is down here near the Scortile border.
Okay, so it's like southeast. Of
Yes, yeah, it
Marshall.
curves back out slightly. It's actually south and slightly west of Marshall Stand. Because Marshall Stand is here,
Oh, okay.
and you've got Athelport, Wilterport.
And then does the lake go further up this way?
I mean, it's really just the ocean. It's kind of there's a big inlet that where Marshall Stand is like south on a kind of a projection of land.
Right.
And then the ocean comes inward, and then kind of on the other side of that inlet is Athelport and Wilterport.
Cool. Oh, yeah. Okay, I had it flipped. Got it. So he went northward, so probably upwards towards Athelport.
Towards Athelport, perhaps, where there's a dock that works and more ships.
Brave soul going back to ships after that. But yeah, so he's gone. He gone.
What about the person that was still in town?
Yeah, do I get any information about that guy?
Oh, you can actually find him if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay.
If I remember, the fire elementals were not attacking Scree, right?
No.
Okay.
They
Hard to localize your target on a ship, though.
Yes.
yes. I mean, you can just do a straight intelligence check, add proficiency if you want. And I will
Find the guy or
no for like insight into the situation.
sure. That's good.
Okay. If it's anything like what happened with Scree,
25.
the things seemed to sort of encircle her in a kind of protective fashion.
Okay.
That said, a living cyclone of water and fury and rage on a boat.
Bad combination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Encircling something doesn't stop it from being sunk to the
yeah.
bottom of the ocean.
Encircling does not prevent its destructive force.
Yes.
I will at least try to find and talk to the other guy that was here.
Yes, well, Emily
Yes.
gets it first.
So,
Yeah. I was given instructions, and I'm good at my job sometimes.
Yes, and you were talking to a storm at the time. So,
it's a good conversation.
so Emily,
Yeah.
you managed to track down the third person,
Mhm.
who is in fact getting food. You have to ask around a little bit, but you managed to find him.
Mhm.
And he's got sort of dark tanned skin. His ears have a slight like outward tilt that suggests that maybe he's got elven blood somewhere a few generations back.
Hmm.
And the sort of fine texture of his hair kind of reinforces that notion, but it would have to be quite a few generations back because his features are pretty distinctly human.
Yeah.
And he's sitting there eating this bowl of soup, which you immediately smell is definitely fish-based.
Yeah, Wilterport. The fish town.
The fish town.
Fish town.
Yes.
So,
Freshly caught.
yeah, I'm gonna walk up to him and be like, good afternoon, sir. I heard that you were one of the few people that made it off of the ship in the storms last night. I know the guards probably already asked you some questions, but we're doing some supplementary just to see if we missed anything. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions about the event? I'll make it worth your while. And, like, tosses a gold coin on the table.
Yeah, okay then.
Specifically, I wanted to know if you saw anything odd before the creature attacked. Anything out of place, weird flashy lights.
Well, there was some lights. I guess more of a blue glowing just before the thing came.
Was that originating from like on board or elsewhere?
I didn't see it well above the deck, I reckon.
Does that track with Emmeline's memory of what happened with Scree?
Yeah, it was sort of a fiery glow that then kind of resolved into these elementals.
And this might be a strange question, and also
Oh, and she also had the sort of like fiery cyclone formation around her
yeah.
as the elementals arrived.
Were there any other instances of? It might be very hard to keep track of this because obviously so much going on a small ship. Was there any other instances or sources of like storm other than just the one creature, or is it just the one typhoon that people saw?
I didn't see any others. The one was big enough.
Okay. Final question.
I could have sworn I saw some kind of like lizard on the deck. Maybe a couple of them. Weird little slimy things.
Fully formed?
I didn't see them well, but they were, I guess, under the cyclone.
Odd. When when the creature struck the deck, most people would have been panicking and running around. Did anybody seem to be acting? Did you notice anybody seem to be acting odd, kind of almost kind of reserved, like expecting this or something?
I couldn't see much past the storm.
Okay. The glowy lights might be something. Wizards on deck is interesting, but I have a
You
couple.
can roll nature if you want.
Do. I actually have that skill, but I rolled like shit. 10?
It's possible he's describing some kind of lesser water elemental, similar to the cinder rats that you guys. Oh, by the way, those things were called cinder rats. The cinder rats that you saw come with the living wildfire.
Okay. Yeah, something similar to that. That would make sense. That would parallel everything. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's all I have. Enjoy the payment for it. Thank you for your information and help.
Yeah.
And that's all I got.
Okay. And about that time, you finish talking to a plant.
We'll walk over to find Emmeline. Like, did you find the other guy?
I did.
Where is
He didn't have a whole lot of extra information to share. Apparently, they also had some extra creatures, kind of like we did. He said these ones manifested as lizards, and there was some glowy blue lights on the deck. I'm assuming in parallel to what was going on around Scree, but he didn't notice it around somebody. He didn't get a good view.
Where is he?
He's having lunch over there.
I'll walk over to him and detect magic.
Doesn't seem
Seems
to have
normal.
any particular magic on him. Yeah.
Okay.
I also found out that Bulad left heading north, probably towards Alpha.
Hmm.
But where he's going more specifically.
Maybe we can head to Athelport then after we go to the stand.
I mean, the likelihood of finding one person in a city
We know what he
a couple
looks
days
like.
afterwards.
We know his name, and if he plans to work there, we'll be there. His
because
only
he's a-
lead we have.
Ships are coming and going all the time. He might be gone by the time we get there.
We could try track him down now, is what you suggest?
Honestly, I think it's more important to resolve the other issues first.
I think finding someone else with the same problem as Scree gives us much more information than we can get in anything else.
That's a fair point.
I don't think his only way to get information, I think, gives us the fastest. However, of course, we need to find the guy. Otherwise, we spend a bunch of time looking for it and get nothing at all. So, do you think head to Marshall's stand as originally planned, see if Kobold has information? Or do we track Man down and see if we can talk to Man? If he is person that was here due to...
I feel like based on how dreams go, the kobold is much more likely to yield results. However, I don't think that they are going anywhere, so it's not exactly a time limited.
Well, the kobolds might not be going somewhere, but whatever they're going to give me, and whatever I need, whatever they're going to give me for, might be going somewhere.
You think you'll have trouble finding spices in Marshall's stand?
No, not what I'm going to give them, what they're going to give me.
That's a quick question. Would Detect Magic reveal if someone is like a sorcerer or
Nope.
something?
Unless they had some active magical effect on them.
Read Aura for that. Actually, I don't even know if Read
I
Aura
don't think
would work.
Read Aura would do it either. Detect magic just says, is there currently some kind of magic going on here?
Mhm.
And unless they are doing some kind of magic, the answer would probably be no. Unless obviously they had magic items on them.
Do spellbooks come as detect as magic?
I don't believe so. And also a sorcerer wouldn't have one. But
Sure, but a wizard would.
Yeah.
I don't know that this is limited to
Sure.
sorcerers. I just
Sure, fair point.
You know.
I guess personally, I do not think that the last person will have all that much more information to share.
I
But
think
if,
simply
if
finding.
you want that information, we need to get it now because I don't think we'll find him again.
I do think that hearing his story at least would allow us to find parallels with Scree that may be relevant. I think maybe this person might have more information than Scree. Perhaps they investigated more on their own.
That's assuming that he was the responsible cause for this.
It simply seems that of people on boat is most likely the person is one of the survivors rather than victims. Elementals
so
were
sure about that.
protecting Scree. They surrounded her. It did attack us, but not her.
It's a shipwreck, though.
Is possible, but seems more likely that elementals would have also tried to protect person that they were summoned by.
Very well.
It may be nothing. It just seems like until we have more information, we do not know how to move.
Okay.
Well, about how long would it take us to get to him and get back?
Depends on how fast we travel.
He left within a day or so. That the moon was about a day ago.
A day and a half.
Day and a half.
Actually, it was about 2 days ago. So as of last night. So it was two nights earlier.
How far is Athelport?
It's not short. If you went hard, you could get there in 2 days. Unless obviously you took like a boat of some kind.
Is there a
Not-
ship?
Not really. There's not a lot of reason for something to go from Athelport to Wilterport. You occasionally get transports that take some kind of supplies that are particularly needed in like Southwatch or something. But most don't go back to Athelport from Wilterport. Because, to be honest, there's nothing Wilterport has that Athelport needs.
Yeah. We could catch a ferry from Athelport and go to Marshall Stand that way. It would add a couple days onto our travel. Although we probably could easily get a carriage going from here to there or something.
I think if we can find faster transportation would be better. Is more likely to catch up.
Yeah.
But it requires finding faster transportation.
But it will delay our arrival.
It seems like nothing particular about what we're doing in the stand is time sensitive.
I don't know.
Kobold could be, but also could not be. This we
But it
know is
seems-
time sensitive.
Pretty urgent, though.
Still seem like other person have this happen too. Seems
What do
like
you think,
good
Tessie?
option for information.
What are you thinking?
I think I need to get to Marshall's. That doesn't necessarily mean, and I'm sorry about this, if out of character. That doesn't necessarily mean all of us need to get to Marshall's stand right now,
Split the party.
but I need to get to Marshall's stand right now.
Okay.
We could let Hendry know because he's got to go up back and through Athelport anyway to get to.
Ask him if we have questions for guy that left. Just wish to talk to alone. See if he knows how to find.
Hendry will probably be busy here for another day or so at least, though.
Hmm.
But if Bulad is traveling from Athelport on a ship, he most likely will wind up in the stand. So maybe we'll luck out that way.
Is possible.
But I think tracking him down at this point is going to be extremely difficult.
If you wanted to try to track him, I could just go to the stand and I'll wait for you until you get there.
I think might be good to maybe go to stand. Taking ferry to stand and taking from stand to Athelport. Ships move faster than walking. How would that be considerably longer if we went to Marshall Stand from here and then the next day went from the stand to Athelport? Like then
Um,
walking from here to Athelport.
It wouldn't be longer to do that now. It'd
Okay.
actually be faster. By
So why don't-
about half a day.
We go to stand. We see we
Resolve
see
that.
Kobold. Checking with Bastion. Then we go get ship to Athelport. Possibly even beat him there. Ships move quite a bit faster than foot.
He's got a day and a half head start.
But
It'll
maybe
take
we
us about
meet
a
up
day.
when he gets there.
Yeah.
If
Well, he
nothing
probably
else-
wouldn't have had time to find work yet.
Yeah.
so.
If nothing else, even if he has on ship, maybe he's loading on as we dock. Maybe other dock workers there know where ship he was on went to. We can track him down that way. I think stand probably best to go to first.
Okay. I agree with that.
I just do wish to find man if possible.
Well, we can tell Henry all of the nothing that we have. And I guess let him know that we're looking for Bulad, but I don't.
I think ask him if he need anything from us. Otherwise, we're simply moving on our way. Is no reason to report to him that we don't know things. I think he assumes.
I think it's best to play it at least as honestly as possible.
Yeah.
With
Yeah,
I just don't wish to tell him useless information.
But
I don't wish to hide things from him, but I don't think we need to give him in-depth report that we don't know things.
no, we'll just tell him that we don't know. Just
Yeah.
okay, we didn't find anything.
And then I think catch ferry. Shouldn't be much longer now.
Ferry should be arriving quite shortly, based on the innkeeper's estimate.
Very well then.
Photoshop. We have plan.
To the stand.
Okay.
So we'll at first just go to Henry and I guess just tell him like basically what was we didn't really find anything else new, but we're gonna keep looking for that guy, see if he has if he wants anything or needs anything from us, then we'd be happy to help.
Yeah. Your general impression is that Henry finds this guy more or less unimportant anyway, but if he comes across him, he'll let you know.
And I will say goodbye to Stumphead.
Yes.
Then ferry.
Okay. You guys get on the ferry over to the stand.
Scree, this time I advise do not piss off Water. Water seems to be very angry right now. Let's not throw fire at it.
Oh, right. Sure.
Just to be sure.
She kind of like looks down over the edge of the boat, like now she's really thinking about it. She doesn't do it.
It's a bit more of a nervous ride on the ferry, just like we could all die.
But overall, it's pretty quiet. It takes you more or less the rest of the day to get there. A couple of hours after sundown, pull into Marshall's Stand. The high hilltop up above. You've never actually seen the stand at night from the docks, and you see the light from the pinnacle, kind of like a beacon there.
Does it look like the there were like protests or something on the outside of the stand last time we came?
Like there were protests.
There was like a camp.
Yes, you do. You do pass by the little like sort of field camp of Scortile citizens
Mm-hmm.
who are still there. They're not protesting so much as simply existing there.
Oh, okay.
They're the impression you got from the ferryman who you were talking to at the time was that their being there was in protest. But more or less from the look of it, them being there is about them being there.
Yeah. Because in my notes I had under siege ? Uprising ?
You don't see like ballistae or anything, so I don't know. But then again, it's the middle of the night, so
Yeah.
hard to say.
Turns out the stand has fallen.
So I guess as you guys pull into the stand, it's not a terrible time for us to take our break as we're getting up towards 6.
Okay.
Okay, so we are going to take a quick
Time
break.
flew.
We're going to take a quick break, probably 15 minutes or so, and then we will be back at it. So stick with us, and we will talk to you again shortly.
Cameras are perfect.
Back.
We found a Morgan, guys.
We found a Morgan.
We have found
Yeah.
one Morgan. She'll be playing the role of Amelie in place of Morgan.
I've
Yes.
also had a bad day, so I'm eating chicken nuggets on screen. I'm sorry.
this is a eat chicken nuggets and don't care kind of day.
Let us right back. With you all arriving at Marshall's stand.
I'm just gonna write on here. We didn't die to elementals.
There were no elemental related deaths, or really deaths of any description on the way.
I mean, there were some. We just weren't right there for them.
Yes. There were no deaths of
we
any
were, but it
description
wasn't
on the boat.
It was on the other.
People die every day.
People died.
Yes,
so I could
presumably
replenish my
people
ritual
died
devotion.
somewhere.
Morgan coming right in with the gloom. Just
Yeah.
people die every day. You shouldn't care about these ones.
It's going to be a different side of Amelie.
I mean, you know, she's been learning a lot about yin and yang.
We're focusing on the yang today.
So, by the time you actually get like up into the city, it's gotten pretty late. You'd guess it's maybe 11 o'clock at night. You guys have the option of attempting to press forward with researching the kobold connection tonight, although
Are kobolds nocturnal? Or would they probably all be asleep?
it's reasonable to assume they might be asleep. On the other hand, they're underground, so day and night don't necessarily have meaning.
I'm very fond of the name Kobold Connection.
Kobold Connection is my new garage band.
or like a little artsy consignment shop.
Yes, the Kobold Connection.
It sounds like a kind of a hipster new agey radio show.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna start a podcast and call it the
Kobold
Kobold Connection.
Yes.
Anyway,
Um,
but perhaps more urgently, you're going to have trouble finding somewhere that will sell you pepper at 11 o'clock.
I think is best. Let's take night, relax a bit, have good sleep in real bed, and see you in the morning.
Sleep in real bed sounds nice.
For sure.
In terms of inns, there is. I have the names on here. Hold on. There's the one you guys went to at the.
It was the hawk one.
Yes, there's the Hawk and Sword, which I believe owes you a night, doesn't he?
I think so.
Percival
Mhm.
at the Hawk and Sword,
Why?
because you took care of his rat problem.
No, that wasn't the hawk and sword though, was it? I thought that was a different one that we took care of the rat problem. Or was it the
The
hawk
Hawk and Sword was the second drinking contest place.
Yes. No, you are correct. I mean,
We do.
So
have
if anything, we owe them a night's sleep.
this other.
Awkward.
No.
it was the other one that owes us a free night.
It was run by the old guy.
Yeah. He didn't have any provisions because the rats ate him.
He didn't have anything.
Solved his rat problem.
Which one was? What did I name that one? Because the Grand Garden was the one in the Pinnacle,
Yeah.
or not in the Pinnacle. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. The
I don't know,
The approach.
but for me, it's
the
just
approach,
named
yeah.
the rat problem.
the Ascent had the Violet U.
Violet U.
Yeah,
The beer garden of the slain.
which is also a thing. Was it the Nightmare Arms? Is
What?
it the Nightmare Arms?
It might be the name.
That doesn't sound right.
Well,
No.
it was like
no,
right
that was the
near
Ethelport
the.
Inn that you guys never actually went to.
I actually didn't write down the name of this place.
Yeah, apparently I didn't either, which is real weird. So I'm gonna have to look into that. But anyway, that guy
Come up with a
Ozzy
name.
Richard. Oh no, I've got his name. It's just
Yeah.
not the name of the tavern.
What's his
guy
name?
whose
His name was
problem we took care of.
Percival something.
Percival's in.
Percival
What? So
Windmar.
We Percival owes us night in inn, huh? Let's go stay with Percival. We
Do you
get
think he has furniture yet?
is worth checking
Been a
out.
couple weeks.
Maybe he restocked.
Is that how you say it, little goblin friend?
Yes. But you guys should go stay where the rats are. I'm going to go check on some other stuff, but I'll
What?
meet you there.
What other stuff?
Nothing.
Goblin friend, you will be safe, right?
Yes.
Probably going to see Vundras.
That does not sound certain.
Are you going to see Vundras?
Yes.
No, you're not.
Off the top of my head, I don't know what her deception DC is,
She's got it trained, I know.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's expert in it, but I know she has it trained.
but that's going to be at least a +7, so that's at minimum a 23. What's your perception DC? 10 plus perception score.
Yeah, not that. Oh,
Okay.
DC?
Yeah.
Not that.
Okay.
Wait, 23 was there?
Well, what you roll?
My deception is a 23. My perception DC is a 23.
So you're on the fence. You're like,
Ooh.
it wasn't super convincing, but
She got me by 2.
You
Okay,
do
well, yeah, I'm gonna go
realize
brew
you
some
have
potions now. Bye.
don't get picked up by a god.
Avoid setting fire to things that shouldn't be on fire. Things that Ivan and I think shouldn't be on fire.
Especially a god.
Make sure you have plenty of food.
They hide an orm for me.
Watch for gods.
And you
And
notice
fire
that she
elementals.
doesn't go the wrong direction.
They hide an orm for me. Actually, I never met orm, so.
That's true.
No, she brought him to the festival.
She did bring him.
Oh,
she
yes,
did-
we did.
she
I
brought
do
him
know
over
Orm.
here.
She was
brought him to
riding
the
on him
circus.
and feeding him funnel cakes the whole time.
That's true.
Wording. Phrasing.
Yep,
I mean,
I was thinking the exact same thing.
100% the case.
Look, that was purely literal. You can take it how you want. Both ways are correct.
Fuck you, Charlie.
Anyway, so
It's
she
all
wanders
correct.
off to parts unknown. You will notice that Wundras's shop is more toward the fairground, and she is going more north than the south. That would be required to get there. But whatever.
No longer on the fence.
She's taking a shortcut.
Do you think she lied to us?
Ah.
Oh, I thought that was a given. I'm sorry. People thought you wasn't lying to us.
Is more common. Generally, is safe to assume. Let's go find Rat Hotel.
You really need to find out what that.
She
is
also does
called.
successfully identify the magic item.
Yeah!
She actually finds it?
What?
She does find it or does not?
She
find
does successfully identify the magic item she has failed on for
Yes!
5 times in a row.
it? Yeah.
But now she is not with the party, so.
She is, however, not with the party at the moment, so I rolled for it.
She's no longer with us, guys.
Yes. I'll
People
tell her
die
what
every
that
day.
is later. People die every day.
Okay.
Okay, so hotel for free night. Morning, get pepper, be kobold.
Very well.
And we'll be conveniently close to where the kobolds live.
We should also look at changing some of our runes around.
Duh.
The shops won't be open right now, but
Oh, you said rune.
See, that's what I
Oh,
thought you
room,
said.
yes.
I thought you said room 2, and then you said the shops weren't open. I was like, oh, yep, runes.
I was
Duh.
gonna say we don't have rooms yet. Why would we need to change rooms we don't have?
because I'm
yet?
sick of sleeping with Amelie.
At least for
Ouch.
once you won't have Scree sleeping on top of you.
No, runes.
No, Scree is like a cat. Doesn't matter where the person is sitting. It's who is there, and they will find them and sleep on them.
Yes.
So.
She'll come back just to sleep on. And
She'll
then
come
leave.
back.
Mattress to your best friend.
slightly better than liar to your best friend.
So does that also mean that she's been riding you?
Cool.
Don't like to think about it too much.
Moving on. So you guys go to the inn that Percival owns.
So I go in. Здравствуйте! How is business since rats?
Just
Making
announce
that
to
so
everybody
loud,
that they're
Ivan.
rats.
There was
Rats?
also a
What?
moment where I was like, did I give him an accent? Nah, fuck it.
I don't think he did.
I don't think I did.
Uh.
I think it just made it a slightly higher Nomi voice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's better. When you approach, you notice that the building itself has had its structure changed slightly. It seems to have had kind of part of it sort of lopped off, where presumably the rats had just kind of eaten through the support structure. so the building is maybe 20% shorter now, which is a pretty good turnaround time on construction of that nature. But magic exists, so
It looks more structurally sound now.
yeah, it's a 2-story inn, sort of. It's 1.5 stories. The second story is about half of the width of the total building. It looks like maybe there's one good-sized room up there, or maybe 2 very small rooms.
Got a tasteful lean there now for the roof.
No, I mean it was pretty much
Get
a
that
straight
lean.
vertical cut, so you
Okay.
just lost some of the upper floor too. It looks like, and there's new plaster on that wall.
Are there people sitting around? and stuff?
There is
rat room.
exactly one person sitting around in the first floor, and he is sitting there with a bowl in front of him that has what looks like some kind of stew in front of it, and next to it is a little saucer of, one might presume, milk, and sipping from the saucer of milk is a small black cat.
Detect magic.
Yes. And the person himself is a young, maybe 18, hard to say, but human-looking guy. He's sitting, but you would guess he's slightly above mid 5 foot when standing. Chestnut brown hair. He's dressed in fairly simple clothing, kind of a beige shirt,
Mm.
and sort of darker brown pants, very low maintenance kind of wear. And he's just sitting there eating this stew as the cat regally drinks its milk next to him.
Did you pay any attention to me when I, muttered a bit and made a small gesture?
He didn't seem to notice.
Okay.
Actually, that's a good question.
Did he seem to
He
know?
He did
doesn't-
not seem to
It
notice.
doesn't really need to roll because it's not like I was hiding it. I was just wondering,
Yes, but
Yeah.
he is distracted.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's a question of does
Was he paying attention?
Uh-huh.
We don't know.
but
Does he find it strange enough for someone to mutter magical incantations near him? Apparently not.
That does not make him a very good fighter.
he's not a fighter.
We're in that hotel. And we weren't exactly alert
Anyway.
when the bugbears walked in out of the other hotel.
Anyway, Percival, we need lodging for night.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a room upstairs. If you all want to share, it's pretty big. And got the basement. It's better than it sounds. It's finished. It's fine. Marshall Stand is all about verticality. It's narrow footprints.
Is that new? Or is it just remodeled?
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I patched the rat hole. So that's new. Put, some mattresses down there that still had structure.
Bessie's gonna kind of call over her shoulder. I'm good with either, guys. I'm tiny and don't need much space. As she sort of, in
I'm
a
curious. Let's
trance-like
try
state,
basement.
drifts over to the cat.
Sure. And there's
Not a literal translation.
there's a couple of
but-
there's one room kind of like the same size as the one upstairs, and there's a couple of smaller ones down there.
This my basement seems like.
Probably.
One thing, room upstairs does have a balcony. I don't know if that changes anything.
I would like
You wish to brood on it? We will
it. Nice
take
to be able
balcony.
to see things.
Okay.
I don't want to be in a dark tank basement.
I want to be in the cold basement. We'll feel more like home.
Yeah,
the
I don't
temperature
want
has
that.
been going up over the last few weeks. You have noticed. It's definitely like starting to move toward the end of spring. You are going toward a cat, yes?
Mhm.
Approach the cat. It's a mimic. Oh God.
Do you have any? Do you have any kinds of beer, ale, anything?
Yes.
Orasho.
I have pickles too, but
She's wandered off.
okay.
She'll be
well,
happy to know, though. We will get her some.
Good.
If peppers.
Peppers.
Duh.
Or
Like,
ground
Spicy
dried
peppers?
pepper.
no.
Okay, no,
We can get that
never
from
mind
the
then.
Margaret.
We get later. This would have been convenient.
Right. Yeah, I've got a couple of kinds of ale.
Anything dwarven?
Not yet. I'm
Hmm.
working on it.
Give me something dark and strong.
Yes, I can do that. And
Hi.
he- 19. That's a +4. Oh God, what is happening to my life?
What is the stew that the gentleman is eating?
Oh, it's a fairly hearty looking stew. It's got kind of a provincial quality to it. You know, in the stand you can get kind of a range of cuisine, but this definitely has more of a like hearty boonies kind of feel to it. Like kind of like the stews you had out in like Adelaide and Bradford.
I would like a bit of the stew that the gentleman over there is having.
Oh, yeah, sure. We've got a bunch of that left.
How much?
Oh, well, it'll just come with the room, I guess.
Oh, thank
You know, because you killed the rat. So now I can have stew.
Close enough.
So now I can have stew.
I take bowl
Rat
as well.
stew.
Not
Hey.
related to the rats. The stew is not related to the rats.
Yeah, because that sounded super suspicious.
I can have stew because the rats don't come and take the stew.
Yes, we can verify what happened to the rats that were killed, and they're not still here.
There's actually a picture of an animal hospital that was right next to a Chinese food place.
Anyway,
So when Tessie gets over to the table, she's going to crouch down next to the table so that her face is sort of level with the cat's face and say, "Hello, beautiful."
it haughtily ignores you for a moment until finally you merit a glance and a low meow.
Aren't you a pretty little kitty?
Gonna drink my
Boy
beer
cat
and
or
watch
girl
this.
cat? Looking up to the
He looks
person
over,
at
he's
the
like,
table.
boy.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're a handsome little gentleman. I didn't mean any offense.
That's Onyx.
Hello, Onyx. Does he like pets?
Yes.
So she'll sort of hover her hand out for regal
Does
inspection.
not sound very certain.
He inches closer and sort of like leans his nose
He
and sort of narrows his eyes just a little bit. And the
nose stamp.
yes, touches the nose and stays there for a minute. Goes, meow.
Full on petting mode. She'll just start petting,
Pet
giving him
engage.
pets and scritches, and
At one point, he seems to become a little bit edgy,
until he starts. gnawing
but the
on him.
guy makes a little sound to him, and he seems to grudgingly accept the rest of the He definitely enjoys it, but also he's resisting the desire to claw at you.
Tessie.
Oh, I'm Lucas.
Tessie Starstride.
Lucas Cooper.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. I mean, he would say it's
I
nice to
know.
meet you too, but
He's a cat.
he's a cat. But
Oh.
at least he's like playing nice. It's
Well,
good.
that's good. Seemed a little edgy. Is he normally a little edgy?
Oh,
Because I know some cats are that way.
Cat.
Yeah, cats. I mean, like, my cats at the carnival, I love them to death, but sometimes they can and will scratch the shit out of my hands.
Yeah.
And like they love pets too. It's just they get in a mood and meow and my gosh, you're so cute. Oh, passing through?
Oh, yeah. Just staying for a couple of nights.
Nice.
It's
Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from well, I mean originally from Philly far, but mostly now I'm just kind of around here.
Oh. How far? Like,
Like other continent. Far. I mean, it was a long time ago. I don't really remember it, but
oh. Never been that far. And I'm from basically everywhere. Let's see.
I'm going to, while they're talking, cast read
I
aura
was
in conjunction with detect magic castings and stuff.
born-
Try and figure out what magic items he's wearing.
I
what the
was-
magic is coming from. More specific.
sure.
Born on the road about a day north of Marshall Stand.
Oh,
Nice smooth roads. We didn't really even have to slow down the caravans much. I'm from the circus.
Oh, yeah. That was in town a while back, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard about that. I was born, I think, in some mountains. I don't really know.
So
But it was in like Anagar.
home is not really a place for me. Home is a collection of caravan wagons.
Yeah, it's a good perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Significant enchantment aura around a bracelet. Oh, and an abjuration aura around a ring.
Oh, those are very similar to what I have.
And I'm assuming neither of these were religious schools of magic, right?
No.
So yeah.
They are both arcane.
And I don't have arcane.
Nope.
What brings you to town?
I just, I go from place to place.
Mm. Well, in all fairness, so do I.
What about you, since, the fair's gone?
Oh, I'm traveling with some friends for a little bit.
Oh. That must be nice.
It is.
I have a feeling that, like, at this moment, Ivan and Emmeline are, like, quibbling about something, like, not... and they're like,
Yeah.
I'm traveling with some friends. That sounds nice.
Well, he's also, like, glancing over at Ivan periodically now that he's kind of been pointing
Ivan
out.
has turned
'Cause-
completely
yes.
around, is leaning back on the bar
Right.
like that.
Because Ivan
and
is
just
staring at him
watching
with
him.
magic detection eyes, which he seems to recognize. Like, it's not hard to tell, like, oh, that's...
Ivan's not hiding it. He just,
Yeah.
Ivan just periodically would just go like, Zdravstvuyte. And like,
be like, oh, it's still reading my aura. That's polite. Like,
Don't mind him.
drinking my beer, just watching him.
Start sharpening your sword.
pull out a Bowie knife, just like, shh.
Oh.
He's not being intimidating. He's just watching him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be
And then
intimidating,
you have,
just
and then there's
creepy.
Amelie just eating her stew.
Yes.
I was just sitting there.
It's
eating.
pretty good stew.
It's pretty good stew.
It's solid.
Yeah.
I'm eating my stew. I have the holding the bowl.
You're stewing.
Yeah, I'm stewing. Turned around.
You know, that's what the inn needs. A cat or two.
There's one right
Not
there.
anymore.
Yeah. I mean,
What?
that would be good.
Cats are very
And
welcoming.
also, it would keep rats away, I guess.
Depends on the cat.
No need. We do a
mean-
good job.
It's a city.
I guess Onyx would probably keep rats away.
But if someone else keep rat away, we don't get hired.
Not like it's our main occupation.
Level 20 rat catcher.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Now
it
I
hasn't
get to
not
see
Dear
it.
Paizo, you're making a lot of archetype dedications for the APG. Get on that shit.
Level 20 rat catcher.
If I cannot multi-class into rat catcher by the time July is over.
rat catcher, slayer of rats.
Then Paizo will
like
be doing
20th
their
level
damn
rat thing.
jobs.
Yes, yes. Then you have made a correct decision.
Multi-class.
However, I will be disappointed.
Yes.
Multiclass into rat catcher. It's just you have lots and lots of polymorph into rat. And kick. One more enemy down.
Pale for polymorph for days.
Oh god.
It's just a sorcerer, but they only learn one spell. Anyway, so right, yeah, cats are good.
I should probably go eat now. I need hands for that. Sorry, I need hands to eat.
He doesn't mind.
Gonna stop petting the cat and order food and
Sure.
sit down and eat.
Lucas goes back to quietly eating, although he does appear to occasionally speak to the cat. Or rather, look at the cat and make a couple of sounds. The cat will respond to him. Whether he speaks cat or it's just, normal, like, cat person sound making exchanges is hard to say.
Is there realistically something would occult or bardic lore be something I could roll on
Roll society.
that? Okay.
I have that.
Sure. You
I've been staring at him excessively.
I've watched the movie Cat once. Cats once.
19.
Please don't. Please don't. Please don't.
No, thank you.
Someone's gonna be really
11.
good.
Yeah, fucker speaking cat. There's definite conversation happening.
Keep eating.
Turn back around.
Seems reasonably harmless.
I wonder.
And that's when he
Is
stabs
cat
you.
itself simply the language, or would he be able to speak to all animals?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Hard
Well,
to
yes,
say.
and I'm asking the party. So,
Are
like,
you
Oh,
asking in
okay.
character?
yes.
Okay.
Would we
No.
either? Who knows?
Depends on how he's able to speak.
Depends on which what magic you.
I should go ask him.
I wouldn't recommend that.
Why not?
I mean, you know, I don't know. Okay, go ahead. Keep eating.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm going to bow politely. My name is Amelie. I heard your name is Lucas.
Yeah.
You were speaking to my friend Tessie just a moment ago. She was petting your cat.
Oh, you guys are.
Yes.
Looks at the odd assortment of
Yes.
varying levels of scary people.
May I sit down?
Sure.
I pardon my intrusion, but I overheard you speaking with your cat.
You did. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I do not speak cat. Do not worry. I was not listening. I was not eavesdropping.
It's just like, kind of like a nervous laugh.
I love how the music changed to all sinister.
It leans back toward hopeful in a second. The start of that song is a little bit like swamp boss. Like,
He's trying to determine whether or not he wants to stab you.
he wouldn't miss. Don't worry about it.
Gee, thanks.
No, I'm saying he would miss you. Your armor class is entirely too high for
I
him.
thought you said he wouldn't miss.
No, he would
Yeah,
definitely
it
miss.
sounded like that.
Okay, I was
It
like,
sounded like that's what you said.
I was like, ow.
Also,
Yeah.
I
You
don't
can't
think
ignore
that-
my girth.
I don't think this.
What?
Cool.
Anyway,
Quoting 2000s Gary Oak coffee pastas here.
So I wanted to ask, is it that you can only speak cat, or can you speak to animals in general?
I can speak to cats.
Where did you learn their language?
My cats. Tried to teach him to speak common. He won't.
I was about to ask if
Sounds like cat.
I was
Yes.
about to ask if that's can't or won't, but it's a cat. It's probably won't.
Won't.
Is that actually a cat?
Yes?
Because most cats.
Well, wait, did you detect magic on the cat as well, or just him?
Are you asking this in character?
Out of character.
You don't know.
I'm asking.
I actually don't know if
Familiar
well,
would appear.
you wouldn't be able to tell anyway with detect magic, but you could read aura it. But I don't know if
I mean, I would have read
pure
over the
magic.
cat too. I was
Yeah.
using,
Okay.
but like,
Offhand, I don't
but
know.
I
if
don't
familiars
think it
are
would
pure
read
magical.
as anything as other
If
than
they
a
do,
cat.
it's magical.
Thing is,
Yeah.
would there be a role I could do to recognize it as a familiar?
You can.
Would that be a society or?
Let's go with nature, actually.
Okay,
Can I try rolling nature?
Yeah.
the 12.
That is a 17? 17.
You can't really tell. I mean, it's doing a couple of things that are weird for a cat. But that's, cats.
Yeah.
You can definitely tell this is more than a normal cat.
Okay. I apologize for not addressing you directly as well.
Oh, he doesn't understand common. I have to translate into cat for him.
Yeah. And then I bow.
But it's
I
a good
drink
effort.
deeper.
Just like, must forget. Cleanse it from my mind. I mean, I guess I could make it so that he understands common, but I'd have to wait till tomorrow, and then he would have to stop flying or something.
That is all right.
Is this
Flying
normal
cat.
problem for your cat?
That he would have to stop flying? No, he really likes that.
Is the starting usually is a bit more of an issue?
I guess.
Guys, the cat's magic. Have you not got your head around that?
I mean,
I
he's
don't
got
know what to
lots
tell
of
you.
magic. I do assume, but
The flying cat.
this is.
He can swim too. I don't know if that's magic, but
I mean, well, I think
good
all
at it.
cats can swim.
They just
They don't like to.
Right.
Water and all.
Well, some cats like
Yeah,
swimming,
some
but
cats do.
most don't.
I wonder if Sparks would like it.
He might try to eat him.
He might.
In all fairness, I'm surprised Sparks hasn't tried to eat ass.
He has.
Oh.
Ivan shows his
Good to
arm. It's just
know.
got bites all the way down.
Sparks has tried to eat you?
Has Sparks not tried to eat you?
The one
No.
time he could speak common, he asked if we were all food.
That is true.
It was first day we met him.
I'm somehow not surprised.
He was speaking Goblin.
She switches to common the second day.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
It was the only time.
Food?
For a reason.
Never.
Oh yeah, and he was
Never.
like, I don't want to listen to them anymore. Because that meant he could understand you.
Yeah, which made it worse, not
Yeah.
better.
Oh, that's right. I made a, what is it, like an offhand kind of thing when I destroyed the hobgoblin and his dog.
Yes.
And I was just like, I'm not food.
But anyway,
Anywho.
That conversation probably also happened in character.
he's just like,
Versus expecting to eat us already.
Would you be able to teach me cat?
I don't know. I've never really tried. I think it's kind of a magic thing.
I see. Ivan, do I appear magical?
No.
Oh. Oh, well.
You'd know.
Okay.
Kind of does one of the. Do I appear magical?
Well, that's not the same thing.
Oh, well. Thank you anyway. It was very nice to meet you both.
Yeah. I mean, if you suddenly start getting magic, I'd be happy to help.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Somebody can probably set that up.
I have some magic, but I don't know if it's the right kind.
Yeah, I'm not happy about it.
I don't know. What kind of magic is it? Is it taught to you by a cat?
No.
Was your magic taught to you by a cat?
No.
He got taught by a cat.
Ivan, quit being an asshole.
I don't think Ivan's capable of
They
that.
say play to your strengths.
Don't worry, we are usually like this.
I don't know if that was supposed to be a good thing or
I'm not sure that's any reassurance.
It's something you can get used to.
This was actually probably a good night for Screen not to be here. Don't worry about it.
Maybe for Sparks as well, as he might have eaten your friend.
I mean, okay. Onyx is, pretty strong for a cat, and he can fly.
Sparks can fly as well. And he breathes fire.
This only sometimes.
I'm sorry, are you
Some-
talking about a dragon?
Not
No.
really.
not really.
no, Not completely.
He is a proto-dragon?
Not.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
he's dragonish, but without being dragon. He's not really a dragon. He's only dragon.
Reminder: Marshall hates dragons.
Dragon-esque.
Okay, cool. Right. That's
He's not a dragon.
definitely
He's
normal.
just lizard. There are lizards that are not dragon, like Sparks.
Yes. Yes. Like Sparks.
I'm gonna go to the spa.
Oh, the spa! May I join you, cousin?
Sure.
Yay.
You sure you don't want to stay and talk to the cat more?
Well, apparently I am not magical, so I may not be able to.
I'm gonna go to the spa.
Sure.
Because we don't have anything to do till tomorrow.
And then
I
I
will.
say goodbye and bow to Lucas and Onyx and then leave.
He's like, bye.
I will follow. Spa sounds like good idea.
Okay, you all go to the spa.
We've all gotten so soft.
It's very nice.
Hey, it was that way before.
I will take one last longing look at the cat and follow them to the spa.
He looks up at you and then goes, "Nyeh." Like you have fallen beneath his notice.
I will sigh longingly and then follow them.
I didn't mean you all had to follow.
Retreat from the conversation en masse.
It will be a female's day with Ivan.
That's awkward.
Like every other day.
That changes.
This is
nothing
just
about our
always.
situation.
You're right.
It's like,
So
can I get with it? Oh, I think I'll come too.
So where is the
What up,
spa?
guys?
Well, apparently we're all going now.
So where is the spa?
It's on the hill, on the approach.
Oh,
It's in the docks. I'll meet you guys there.
that's a pretty long way from here.
Are they open?
Oh yeah, that's actually a good time. What's
Pretty late.
It's really, really late.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
I thought
Yeah,
it was
go
like-
back to the hotel.
I
I was thinking
think
7.
I think we'll be better to wash sewer off of us tomorrow rather than wash first then sewer. I think sewer first then wash is better order for things.
Oh, we have to go back down there, don't we?
Couldn't
we just send Tessie down there?
I mean, you could.
She handled it pretty well last time.
In the meantime, I think
In the meantime, sleep time.
In sleep time?
Maybe we should get a dog.
Why?
Ooh.
It's kind of like a dog.
Guard stuff. Never mind.
I thought we had a.
Just walk away and goes to bed.
I thought we
That
had
was the
Ivan for
day
that.
Tessie multi-classed into ranger.
Oh, don't.
I need a companion, you guys.
Don't tempt me, David. And by the way, I am so ticked that Sherry realized what Lucas is and Tessie didn't.
Was it the nervous laugh?
No.
Yeah.
No, it was the cat teaching him magic.
Yes.
we will go up the balcony so Emmeline can brood.
Yay.
Robert,
Wait, will
you
you
might
do
have
the Jack
noticed-
Rose thing?
What she's gonna stand up there, cloak billowing out to the side, staring over the city.
At the peasants below. And also above because it's a hill.
And you're literally on the middle. The market row is perfectly balanced between the leylands and the ascent.
I used to be
Wasn't
up
the
there.
rat hotel right near like the bad part of town?
Yes, but it's still in the market row.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay,
I
yeah.
thought I put it in the market row. Maybe I put it in the leylands and I'm
No,
full
it
of
was market
shit. I
row.
thought it was in the
Okay.
market row right by the leylands.
my mental
Yeah.
my mental sense of the place.
Yeah, if
is
we were in the
off.
Leylands, I
So
would
the
not be
market
here.
row curves around from like the northern part of the hill all the way down to
All
the
right.
leylands in the south.
I get it now. You're right. My mental sense of the place had been off last time we were here, so it continued to be off now.
Okay.
So we bed, I guess.
Okay.
Get another beer. And then
You all sleep.
Do we though?
Tessie's going to
Do you?
really sleep. She's going to super sleep.
Don't worry about it.
Oh dear.
For a short interlude, Emmeline, because you're the only one who doesn't have to make will saves against this.
Wait, the only one who does not have to make will saves?
Correct.
Yay!
You don't have to make a will save.
Yay.
Emmeline is being the target because Emmeline can't make a will save.
Ah!
As you
I'm
sleep,
super happy about it.
Sometimes I
I'm
really connect
haughtily
with my character,
obstinate about
guys.
it.
as you sleep, you get a very short message from Tirla.
Okay.
Her voice kind of invades your dream which immediately makes you conscious of the fact that it's a dream.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, well, the third object is in Marshall's stand.
What? It's shockingly convenient.
I don't know where exactly yet, but I'll get back to you.
Okay, we'll be here.
She doesn't seem to respond. Turns out dream message is one-way communication. So that particular, without having to draw you into the kind of like dream conference, you
Yeah.
can only talk one way.
Okay.
But
I mean, I don't have
You
I
don't
don't have
necessarily
spell
know
knowledge,
that. Yeah,
so I
so
think it's a
you
two-way.
just speak into the void. So, and then you continue back to your normal duties.
She's heard me before. Why wouldn't she hear me now?
And
I have a
interestingly enough, the
hunch.
nature of her nature and her response, you might still not realize she didn't hear you.
Yeah.
I have
You
a hunch.
roll perception, because for this application it is still perception and not deception.
Well, not that one. 13.
She kind of seemed almost as confused by that information as you were. It definitely was not the expected outcome for her.
Yeah. Thought we were going to have to go traveling.
But you all, aside from that, you all sleep relatively undisturbed. And wake to a morning of relatively light rain outside. You can hear, as soon as you wake up, you can hear the steady rhythm of rain falling on the wood roof above you, and the soft plinking of it against the paving stones on the streets outside.
The spring rains are back.
Sits upright and immediately says, "How much pepper should I buy? What kind of pepper should I buy?
I don't know.
Exactly
How much did we bring
same
last
pepper
time?
we got last time. They
Should
seem
I
to
buy-
like that.
Just pepper, or maybe they want to branch out this time?"
They said spicy, that mean pepper. Huh?
You could get some extra spices if you wanted to, but the
True.
spicy's probably
I
the
think
important.
just give them same thing we got last time.
I may as well also get some extra spices, because if worst comes to worst, we've got some extra spices for the road.
I don't think we want to give them anything new until we know that they have something to barter for it. Not giving freebies to kobolds.
Oh, they'll have something to barter.
That 3 copper worth of pepper, they can't have that.
They'll have something to barter.
We'll
You
see.
don't, like, live in the sewer without having anything to barter.
I think usually you do.
He's not wrong.
I mean, you saw what they picked up. You know how many things people just lose, things that slip through the grates and slip through the cracks. And
I mean, it's why I say we see.
If you want to get some spices and give them the spices, you're welcome to do that. It's your goal.
okay. She's going to go out.
Ooh, before we get too separate direction-y, Tirla left a message again. She said that the last object is in Marshall's stand, and she will get us more information when she can.
Really?
It's gonna be that stupid necklace, isn't it? This shit will never be easy.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's fairly convenient that it's in the same city.
The
That
That alone makes it way easier than the last one.
Just saying, little too convenient.
What's the worst that could possibly
No!
I was like, should I say it? Yeah, I should say it.
So,
It's okay, only reality breaking.
Cousin, even I know that that's not a good thing to say.
oh my god, I just laughed so hard I died.
Welcome to Have Dice Will Save, the only game hosted by a zombie. It's an actual undead.
It's true.
Here's the D&D game where the players kill the GM.
Stunning twist. Right. So, Tessie, you're going out to get spices.
Yep.
What are you getting?
So I'm going to look for type of exact pepper that she brought last time,
Okay.
and also sort of a grab bag assortment of herbs and spices.
Okay. We'll say you can get a variety of herbs, spices, peppers, that sort of thing for like 2 gold.
Okay.
While she is doing that, I'm probably gonna grab you to go and sort out the weapons situation. Find a blacksmith.
Sure.
Start changing stuff
Yeah,
over.
change the runes over.
That's
Were
doable.
you keeping vampire rapier, or were you transferring vampire rapier?
I was transferring. Wait, let's see. My rapier is enchanted already. Wait, hold up. Where's my equipment sheet? As I try and remember.
Well, sort it out.
You have a
I have a-
+1 rapier,
I
a
have.
+1 striking rapier, and a +1 striking poison dagger.
Yeah. So we were gonna take the +1 striking off of the.
You were gonna give the striking to my sword.
Yes.
My sword's +1, but it doesn't have the striking.
The
You
plus-
have a badass dagger with striking on it.
Yeah, we should remove the +1 thing off of the.
Yeah.
Blood rapier too, just so that we can sell that probably.
Good plan.
Yes. You guys can get that all going. To transfer, striking is 6.5 gold. Transfer +1 is 3.5 gold.
I'd pay 6.5.
Yeah, because I moved the other one onto this one. So I guess. Yeah, the striking will go to him, and then I'll put the remaining +1 onto one of my other daggers. Probably the
Okay.
parry dagger.
Sure.
Bessie is also going to ask around town if there's anyone who is currently out with a rat problem.
You can make diplomacy to gather information.
Okay. Alrighty.
Are you actively attempting to find rats to feed the kobold?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
I rolled to look for Scree.
Okay.
Oh fuck. Alright, 13?
I mean, over the course of the next couple of hours, you can get a handful of rats. Telekinetic projectiling them to death, basically. Like, on a couple of occasions, you use the rat as the telekinetic projectile with
Yeah.
like, the wall as the target. Like,
Yeah.
we're looking for Scree.
Yes.
So, it depends on where you're looking. What was your roll, by the way?
27.
Nice.
What did you roll? Perception?
Yes.
Okay.
Remember, we can only have good perception rolls when it doesn't matter.
Or when it's especially when it's inconvenient for Dave.
Yes. With a 27, if you
So I followed where she went.
sure, you eventually find Scree sitting in the first floor of the brothel,
Hi, Arm.
talking to Orm. I'm sorry, the House of Companionship.
I've never been in a house of companionship before, so I'm just like
A lot of naked people.
Yes.
a lot of weird sounds.
With a 27 perception, you're hearing all the weird sounds.
You know exactly what those sounds are.
I don't want to know exactly what those sounds are.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have rolled so high on your perception.
Oh, goblin friend, I have found you.
Yeah. Good work.
Hello, Orm.
Yeah, hello.
So I take it you will be spending your day here.
No, I have my potions to make. Lots of potions.
You did not seem to go to the potions place last night.
Yeah, I got distracted.
I can see. Well, we're going to meet with kobolds. I just wanted to update you and know that you were safe.
Oh, yeah. I'll go make potions and then go back to the inn.
Okay. We will see you later.
Yeah.
Please be safe. Just gonna reach out.
It'll be
just, like,
fine.
Just gonna reach out and just like pet her in the
Oh, God.
Thank you.
Orm, please look after my goblin friend.
Oh, yeah. I'm real good at looking after goblins.
Thank you. I'm going to leave very
You
slowly.
seem sincere. Whether or not he's correct.
That is the
a
exact
different
face that Amelie
question.
made. It's like,
So.
I don't know if I want to know what that means, but okay.
So what is sample size?
100% success rate so far. On 0 out of 2 encounters with the goblin has the goblin been killed.
Now, granted, that goblin is far more capable of destroying things than he is.
Granted, Orm is a male prostitute, and the goblin is a 5th level sorcerer. So semantics. Anyway, so you have spices
And rats.
and rats.
By the way, Paizo, another idea for our class.
Just
Just saying.
prostitute in general, I guess. I'm
Think-
sure there's
think
got to be some kind of
I
like
think it's just
courtesan.
called Bard.
No, like
It's called a
Hey.
companion.
it's called poorly designed bard. Bard with really boring character traits.
Firefly
Thank
had
you.
a class for that. It's called Companion.
See, thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yes. Oh,
You left her hang.
thank you.
I was distracted by the water.
So on the
By
way
the
there,
water
I'm going to
elemental.
Did you bring the water over, by the way? Or is it still in the kitchen?
I can grab you one.
Okay, if you could, that would be fun. Thank you. Because I really did laugh until my throat like ripped itself apart.
I'm gonna put some of the hot pepper and the rats
Yeah, I forgot.
into a bag and make shake and bake rats.
Oh.
I definitely.
Oh no.
Yep. You do that.
Shake
This
and
happens.
Roll crap.
We need to see the quality of these shake and bake rats.
Things that you never thought you would say.
How shaked are these baked rats?
I like
Are they
my
well?
rats shaken, not stirred.
Just in a giant pot.
16.
Solid rats. You really feel like
Thoroughly
you get
shaken.
the herbs and spices blend down for this one.
God.
You can only imagine which herbs properly complement the flavor of rat, but you've got a good imagination.
No, I'm
so-
basically going to use like the pepper that I gave them last time for this.
Okay.
And there will be some of it that I can sell to them just on its own, and there'll be the flavored rats.
Mm-hmm.
And then the spice blend I might keep for us. I might offer to them.
Sure. But you succeed.
Playing it
is
by
the,
ear.
is the long and short of it.
Sorry, I
good.
was not paying attention to the timing of my comment.
Shake and bake rats. It reminds me of making fried chicken. You just put it in a
Right.
bag. It's just like
Yeah. But so I guess after we have given everything over to the blacksmith, we'll head down to the.
Which
The Gleaming
blacksmith are you
Trade.
going to? Are you going to the Gleaming Trade?
Yeah,
With
we did a
Alfred
good
the
job last
Lion?
time. I have actually all that written down.
Yes,
Yeah, back to the Gleaming Trade.
Okay.
they did good business last time.
He greets you pleasantly.
He treated my sword nicely, and therefore I will give him business.
He even scowls at the vampire rapier, as though he can tell it was made for dark deeds.
Yeah, we ended those dark deeds.
And
We're
took
getting rid of it.
and took rapier.
But yeah, you get that order put in. It'll take the day. By the time, around nightfall, come back.
Orion of the what now? I
What?
didn't put his title down. I forgot.
Alfred of the Lion.
Why do I have Orion?
I don't know.
Because of the lion and the lion.
Or Alfred the Lion,
The witch in the wardrobe.
rather.
I must have gotten very confused. I'm gonna leave it there though, because it's probably there for a reason. Maybe it was somebody else.
I'm gonna double check to make sure I'm not being a dumbass.
No comment.
You're probably right.
Yeah, the gaming trade. Alfred the Lion.
I must have just shunted the two words together because I was
Yeah.
distracted.
I also might have not enunciated particularly well. But anyway.
Anywho.
Anywho.
And then we meet up. I will reach into the bag and pull out my longsword.
Okay.
Since my blaster sword is getting a striking rune
That's true.
put on it. And I guess we proceed into the sewers.
You go down through the same sewer grate that you went through the first time. And at the bottom, you find significantly fewer signs of hilariously massive rat infestation. Just normally massive rat infestation. It is a sewer.
General amount of rat
Yes,
infestation.
the average amount of rats.
Not Alfred Hitchcock is branching out on his animal-related horror movies. Right?
Non-problematic amount of rats. So few rats as to not be considered a problem that needs solving.
I stabbed one just for old time's sake.
You find a rat and you're like, get over here.
Aww.
Ew, 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 ew.
That helpless creature.
I'm probably
If
ignore them
someone
because I
would
don't
give
care.
me, let's go with like survival.
I can do that.
I will roll it.
Okay,
It's
I'll
almost like-
take it from both of you.
Okay.
It's fine. Two people sh-
14.
between you,
Beat you by one, Charlie.
you feel like you triangulate where the kobolds were the last time, and move in that general direction.
Just kind of running around the series, just like, we got the spicy guys.
You just march with like a
Here
pepper.
comes the
Spicy!
Get
But,
your rat shake and bake. Get your rat shake and bake right here.
As you wander along.
I am really
and
tempted to
Shake and bake.
have
Rat
Ghost
shake and bake
Sound
right here.
play ice cream truck music.
one of those
Well-
do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
You do you.
We should have put them on a
But,
stick.
I will not.
Okay.
So we go
Put them
find
on sticks.
where the kobold hideout
Rat on a stick.
was.
It takes you a little while, but eventually, as you walk past a spot, talking, yelling about having rats, I guess,
Oh god.
Hey, kobold, we have
piece of the wall.
spicy.
gets slid aside, and a kobold pokes its head out. It's not the old kobold, but it's definitely part of the brood. You brought spicy?
Yes. We have loose spicy and we have spicy coated rats.
You put them on rats?
Yes.
Oh. Good.
Oh.
You're not supposed to just eat it? What do you mean?
Come.
Suga.
Why do I suddenly get the feeling Disney's going to sue us for that?
I don't think they own the word suga, but I could be surprised.
I'm pretty
Listen.
sure they do.
Listen, Paul.
I'm like
Listen,
80%
they're
sure
rich
they
enough to
own-
have the lawyers to own that word.
I'm like 80% sure they own the word mouse. So
That's why only people have rat problems. They can't have a
yes,
mouse problem,
there are
you
no
get
mouse
sued.
problems, only rat problems. Mice are good. Mice are wholesome.
So I followed the kobolds.
So they bring you inside their little like brood den. There's a whole bunch of little kobolds there, including little baby kobolds and like adolescent kobolds, I guess. Those ones are all moody.
Wait, how big is this den?
It's not huge, but it's fairly big
Okay.
as kobold habitats go.
Okay. Like, am I crouching in here? Or
Oh
am I...
no. It was a like a maintenance room
Okay.
or something like that built for the normal height people who were making the sewer.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, the kobolds just took it over.
Are there elders around who could trade?
Yes. Hold please.
You
and,
wanna
Oh,
go
please,
get
please
the
hold.
elder?
Please hold.
and he scampers off. And you can hear him shout something in the slithering tongue of the kobolds.
And says too, we're sorry, your call is very important for us. Please stay.
And a few moments later, he comes back from like the little side attached chamber with the old kobold leaning on his staff.
I've come to trade more if you have more to trade.
Yes.
I have holds up the container of pepper, loose
Oh.
spicy, and I have this time had time to prepare. Opens up bag. Spicy wrap.
Ta-da.
Yes.
Put the loose spicy in the bag, and the rats in the bag.
You
Close
trade
up the
bag?
top. Yeah.
Yes.
Close up the top. Check up the bag. I'm gonna assume I was able to buy like a cheap linen sack
Sure.
at the
Yeah.
store. Check up the
I
bag.
mean, you could have just
They're
had that on hand.
In a
too.
bag at
Yeah.
the moment, so.
It's the bag of holding. If you put the peppers into a bag of holding with the stuff, does it mix together?
What if it mixed with the buns we still have, the honey buns?
Oh no.
We would be very upset.
Spicy
don't-
buns.
Spicy buns.
I think we ran out of
Spicy
buns.
spicy
I think we
honey
ran out of
buns. I think that'd be kind of cool.
I'm pretty sure we ran out of honey buns because they didn't sell any in Wilterport.
Anyway,
Anywho.
Important questions of inventory, guys.
Spicy Buns, Goblin Kobold team name.
Spicy buns.
yes, I will trade the bag.
Wait,
And the rats in the bag and the spicy.
wouldn't that be the team name for Screen Orange?
Or still small. Hatchling.
I don't need a hatchling, thank you. It's a wonderful hatchling. Very,
Ivan bursts
very,
out laughing.
Very, very reach out and pat the hatchling on the head. Very worthy little hatchling. I am not in the position to care for one of them.
We could eat it. Sparks.
What did you say?
Food.
We could feed it to Sparks.
Fuck you, Paul!
Food? Food.
The hatchling goes, meh. He's got kind of a Sparks thing going. Like, kobolds are basically weird pygmy dragons.
Can I hold it?
Yes.
I'm just gonna hold it like very gently because I know that like I don't know my own strength.
Yes. Makes weird little like lizard faces at you.
Emmeline has a very different reaction. Like,
Ivan's still laughing.
Hello, little one. You are very.
Ask about necklace.
Do you have any of the metal things that people wear on their neck? Or any voices?
Yes. Can't trade voices.
Never mind. Forget I said.
Metal things. He goes over to a corner and sort of like scrambles among little bits of cloth and things and comes up with like a couple of like pins and a key of some kind. There's a few coins, but it's probably maybe 6 or 7 gold, which, you know, is still 3 times as much as you spent on the actual spices, but
You said thing was cold, huh?
Yes.
You have something very cold.
hatchling?
No.
No, cold. Metal cold.
Oh, metal
Actually.
cold. They're cold-blooded.
Yeah.
He's like, no. It's very cute. Everyone's just dying.
Yeah, this has been a rough.
Cherry's allergic to kobold hatchlings.
People die.
Get it away!
Emily, look.
No,
I can see.
Look at his face.
I can see.
Not much cold.
Wouldn't be much.
Maybe they don't have it yet.
Metal things. I know where some metal things are.
That could be helpful.
Show us.
It's not lots of metal.
It doesn't have to be loud.
Yes. Yes, I show. Well, I send with offspring. Master.
Other
Yeah.
than-
Yes. Not hatchling. Offspring. And one of the kobolds, who apparently is designated offspring, just looks over. Metal. In wall.
That seems promising.
Let's look.
Yes. You come.
I mean,
They're all follow.
Leave hatchling.
Follow.
No, I did give the hatchling back.
Leave hatchling.
Put it down.
Very strict. You did not trade for the hatchling, so you do not get the hatchling.
Goodbye, little one.
maybe we
Just
should
envisioning
trade for a
the
fucking
baby
hatchling.
from Dinosaurs now.
Not the mama.
So he jumps up. He or she, it's impossible to tell, jumps up and scrambles out back through the door, back out into the sewer, and starts leading you along for what feels like a while. But, you know, the sewers are an endless maze for you guys, more or less.
You could call them they.
Hmm?
They.
Yes.
They. They.
I will follow them.
Yes.
Yes.
Ew, 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 ew.
All of it is gross.
This is why spa after.
But finally,
And before.
turns off
And
at a spot where the wall has either collapsed on its own or actually just been like dug out. And behind it is a tunnel. And it's clear that here was sealed at some point. But beyond it is this tunnel. And it arches downward for a little while. Fortunately, some of you have dark vision, and the rest of you have sources of light.
Infinite torch.
Yeah, just reach into the bag of holding, pull out the still lit torch.
Well, that's right, you guys did make one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like we should run with it, just like
It's like,
the eternal flame.
For the low price of a rupee, I guess.
yeah.
So you guys make your way down through this dark but now illuminated tunnel. And down at the end, you finally find a spot of wall. The tunnel's not huge, but at the end, there's sort of like an arch. Except the inside of the arch is completely filled in with dark stone. Except all across the stone is inlaid this silvery metal. And at the center of the pattern of silver is a small silver owl. Go to this part of my notes.
Is that the necklace we were looking for?
It's a sign.
How do we get it out? Or should we get it out?
I think it's time to give Kobold the rat bag. This looked
Yes.
like what we're looking for.
Yes.
Yes,
Here.
that's good. Thank you.
In exchange for showing us how to get to here.
Yes, and metal. You can have metal.
Yes.
There.
Thank you.
How to get that
You have claws.
Yes.
Good for scrape metal. Yes, good. And then he scampers off with his rats in tow.
They might have been able to claw it out.
Hmm.
Whatever.
And give me perception, you specifically, and any one other person of your choice.
23.
Just 20.
Both of you notice that in a couple of spots, the metal appears to have been scratched out of place.
So someone was trying to get it out already, basically?
And in a few spots, the metal is missing.
Oh. Oh. And that's what's going to make it difficult.
Detect magic.
There is a magical...
Read aura.
There is a residual abjuration.
Hmm.
As though this was a spell of protection or warding of some sort. And now isn't.
This was some sort of ward.
Ah.
It's now not some sort of ward.
Does that mean we can try and
Owl.
force it out?
I think we want to learn what that would do first.
Well, you said it was residual.
Also,
But maybe we don't want to take out. Maybe we want to repair.
and
Should we find a way to take the stone around it?
maybe search the area too?
I think we want to learn a little about the...
There isn't a whole lot of area around it, to be honest. There's the tunnel behind you. But
I mean, we can come back to this point.
Since we now know where it is.
Yeah. You can do the little mark thing, right? That can lead
The
us back
sigil?
This way.
Mm-hmm.
So if we wind up finding other parts, we can rebuild it then. But I think we should take it now
Maybe.
because we don't know who else is maybe looking for these kinds of things.
Or scraping it off. Claw marks indicate someone was scraping. Maybe is why this residual.
Could just be
Could
the
be the
kobolds.
kobolds.
I'm not saying it was necessarily mean-spirited or meant to break, but maybe that is reason why warding no longer works. Or maybe not. It's hard to tell. I do not know much about...
It looks like it's set in the stone, or
It's inlaid in this.
I'm gonna study it a little closer. Is there a religion roll I can make to figure out
Yeah.
what this is?
Mm.
Okay.
Can I
I
try?
haven't been rolling well at all. 15.
anybody
Wow.
got a climbing kit?
20.
What do you need a climbing kit for?
It has.
Uh,
it has.
sticks and stuff, like
yeah.
chisel and stuff.
It has the wall spikes we could try and get it out with. But
Oh,
A hammer and chisel.
you guys
Yeah.
do have a traveler's any tool.
Yeah. That was
that's
first though.
Yeah. So I rolled. I have I got a 20.
Yes, there's clearly a religious element to this,
Mm-hmm.
in the symbolism, but also it was definitely some kind of means of keeping something or keeping people away. Wow, that was graceful. Keeping people away from this wall.
This necklace was
I'm-
meant to keep people away from the wall. It is a religious symbol.
It's definitely
though.
not a necklace.
Well,
but-
necklace. Well,
yeah,
not
it's-
necklace, but
A little pendant or something,
the-
or
It's not.
It's just a-
It's a symbol on the wall.
just a little
this-
silver owl.
it's-
Okay.
Yes, and
With an
I-
intricate
the
like
filigree around it
So
appears to have been part of the lore.
I'm not even sure what we're looking for is a necklace.
okay. So what do we do?
What did they mean in dream by voice? They
I
kept
don't
referring to voice.
No. I just know that in
You
my
just don't want to
dream,
break something.
the kobold elder
bad.
showed up and said that I should trade spices for the voice.
I'm going to touch it.
Mhm.
Just touch it and see if anything happens.
Nothing particularly happens. Roll perception for me.
But here we have an owl.
Nope.
God, 16.
Okay.
Nope.
14.
We'll say 16.
Cannot roll today.
When you touch it, there is
You got a
the
single roll over 10.
tiniest amount of give to the stones. Not like the stone is soft,
Uh,
but when you press your hand against it, you feel the stone shift ever so slightly, as though
I'll-
it's not any longer perfectly mortared in place.
I'll kind of see move it a bit and push it a little harder and stuff and see
Okay.
how it moves.
Make a strength check for me, please, or athletics.
There we go. That's a
Hey.
30.
Yeah, strong boy.
How much of this wall would you like to destroy while doing this? You may destroy none of the wall or all of the wall, as you like.
I mean, I suppose that I'll. And will the little symbol come out?
You can pull it out, sure.
So if it's just moving like that, yeah, I'll just take the symbol out.
I
And
don't.
is there anything behind it?
Stone.
I'll push one of the bricks off
Mhm.
and look through.
You hear the brick tumble down and clatter against more stone floor,
Uh,
and inside is a dark tunnel. In your dark vision, you can tell that is a tunnel about the same size as the tunnel out here.
is it longer than 60 feet?
Yes,
Okay, so.
I guess you
Okay,
wouldn't know,
well,
but yes.
I think wall is not what we were looking for.
No.
Should we go in?
Yes.
Is long tunnel. Let's see what that's at end.
Oh, good.
I'll push the rest of the wall down.
Oh, good.
Or knock
More
down
sewers.
a part of it. And gather up all of the silver that I can.
Okay.
Try to get the owl.
Yes, I have already taken the owl out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I try my hardest not to break any of the silver, keep it all intact, and take it in one piece, put it in the bag of holding.
Sure. We'll get to how much that metal might be worth at a later
Sure.
time. Okay, but you emerge into the tunnel. Check one thing real quick.
The thing he's checking is how dead we are going to be.
Oh, very, very dead we are.
Like, Are they 50% dead?
Well, guys,
75%
remember,
dead?
always remember, people die every day.
Today
Does
you
not
just
make
might
this
be
better.
honest.
Does not make this better.
Well, you just had to say it was the worst thing that could happen, Paul.
No.
A torch is light. How much is a torch?
It's either light or
Negligible.
Negligible.
Oh, it's the one that it's like 1/10 of a bulk.
I would
Oh,
be
that's so light.
I didn't remember which ones were which.
Mark,
Can
you
I,
normally have another-
see your sheet real quick?
Mine?
Paul? Yeah.
Anything specific that you want?
I just want to check something real quick.
Okay, if it's just skills and stuff, I didn't know because I have a lot of things about my sheet written in my notebook, like my actual full inventory.
That's
It's down
fine.
here
No.
somewhere.
I just wanted to take note of like your deception score and things like that in case I make like passive deceptions against you.
Okay, I can only use deception as a perception in an ongoing conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's slightly less. But that's okay. Okay.
So we start heading down the long corridor.
And you wander along for a while. For maybe 40 or 50 feet, you wander on into this corridor. And the further you get, the more kind of musty it feels. As though the air down here hasn't moved in centuries. Yeah, there is kind of a lack of meaningful dust. There's like a thin layer on the ground, but there's none like ambient in the air until you guys start kicking it up, basically. Because there's nothing down here alive to make dust. So, you know, apart from what little bits of like stone mortar and crumbling stone have fallen over the however many years, there's nothing left here. Really to make it what's you guys what order are you going in, by the way?
I'll be in front.
Front?
I'm blind except with torch, so I'm probably I have to be at least behind you so you don't get blinded by the torch.
Okay.
I could be further back more because it's gross down here.
We'll take up the rear.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably would let Tessie go first because this is more to do with dream
Mhm.
things.
Yeah.
Second, please.
And I have the Ring of Rings glowing, just plain light.
Okay.
I forgot about my ring props. I think I might have left them at home. They're usually in my game bag, but I don't see them, so I might have left them at home.
Tragedy.
Or they might just be buried in my game bag. Oh well.
Okay, it was only a 7.
So
What are you trying to do?
1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna regret not taking delay trap this level.
I would like all of you please to make me a reflex save.
Hmm.
15.
13.
24.
17.
Okay.
So I have a ridiculous reflex
I
score.
do not.
I usually do. Oh, actually 18 because of my trap finding ability. Might be 19.
Okay. Everyone but Tessie takes 24 points of fire damage.
Motherfucker!
As in the last moment,
Hey, Sherry.
Oh, no,
Can I
it's
borrow your
worse.
pencil?
in the last moment, you, Emmeline, see something on one of the walls just barely glint off of your fire, the fire of your torch. But you don't identify it fast enough. And Ivan steps into the sensor area of a fireball room.
Ooh.
And a fireball goes off on top of him.
Oh, Tessie Shorty Ducks.
Yes. So you only take 12. Everyone else takes 24. As
Jesus.
flames just wash over you all.
And then we were all on fire.
And for a moment, it's real bright in there.
Is
So there's
everyone
that.
okay?
Like, shit, no, Ivan. Oh. Oh, God.
Is everyone okay?
6d6 fire, y'all.
Oh. Alive.
Fried.
Okay, good.
Oh,
Well-
why are there so many classes?
I
What
think
are you looking for?
Rogue. I want a more detailed write-up of my trap finding ability.
Oh.
Because I think I get a little bit of damage taken away off of it. Not that it matters a whole
Sure.
lot, but...
think the place is trapped.
You think?
That's
It
a
just might
reasonable
be.
assumption.
I'm going to
Ooh, circumstantial bonus plus 2. 19?
I'm going to kind of, you see me start to draw my sword. Think for a second. Put it back. Have to reach into the bag of holding to pull out my holy symbol.
Sure.
And
That's a fair point. It's not described.
And I, mutter something in Dwarvish, make some gestures, and everybody heals for.
Remember that you have the feet.
Yeah,
to
I am.
increase the dice.
17.
It's only 7.
And then I will reach in and you see me pull out a salve out and make it go. Everybody come here. I'd see if I can. I can do for burns.
Salve?
Um,
Might be worth waiting on that and seeing if there's more
Yes.
traps.
Good idea.
maybe. If I keep on top of it, I should be able to. But
Maybe I should go a little bit ahead then. Closer to the front.
might be good. You're better at the whole trap thing, huh?
Yeah, I'm better at spotting these. Hopefully.
So she will go first, and I will take up second now. Then Tessie, the anomaly.
Okay.
And we will continue to proceed.
In that case, as you continue on for a while, you make your way further down. Corridor remains dark, but otherwise non-threatening and largely unremarkable. Emmeline, if you would please make me first a perception check.
No. That is a 13.
Okay. And then a trap finding perception check, please.
$22.
Solid. You notice a trap door in the center of the hall.
Another thing.
Ivan, if you would please make a perception check for me.
15.
Ivan triggers the trap.
Oh, I don't get to stop him?
No,
Mm.
because your failed perception check from before means you don't realize that you are currently in a zone of silence.
Oh.
You attempt to warn him vocally of
I'm
the trap.
following behind her, so I would. If she stops, I'll stop behind her. Because we just said we shifted the order of the
yeah.
party to let her go first.
Sure.
I mean, maybe you
So
and
I
Barrel-
won't. If she stops walking, I will not continue walking. We are
You
walking.
might bump
in a
into
row.
me. And
I might bump into her or something, but I am.
Okay.
But I am
Okay,
following behind.
In that
her.
case, no. You have an excellent point because you guys are being more careful. So I will give you a reflex save to not get knocked into the path of this trap.
Okay. Do I get my +1 for saves on
Sure.
this? That is a 20.
You feel Ivan bump into you from behind.
Shit.
And you manage to avoid getting bumped onto
Wait.
the trigger for this trap.
I try to apologize
And find that
and find that I cannot make noise.
So,
Well, I will literally kind of wave in front of your eyes, turn around, and I'll just start talking. You can't hear me, so.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Doesn't make any
Are
noise.
is she in the zone of silence too?
Not yet.
Oh.
Oh, but
it
we
depends
wouldn't
on
hear
how
hers.
close to.
I
Them
mean,
you
I
are.
know I'm in the caboose. So,
Right. So you probably, when you first ask that question, you
Get
speak
nothing.
normally.
Yeah.
But we get nothing.
No, you guys can still hear her.
Oh.
You guys.
Nothing
can-
inside the
will-
zone can make sound.
I will step over, walk back to you, and go. It looks like there's no noise up ahead. Walk back up to behind
was-
you.
Flag's torch kind of goes around the trapdoor area.
Yep.
Just like, look, motherfuckers.
I will follow the path that she blazes.
Emeline, do not fuck my mother.
So you have the option to attempt to disable this trap if you would like.
How wide is this platform trap?
It is a 10-foot wide trap door,
In how big of a hallway?
about 15 feet, with like
So
2.5
feet.
on either side. Yeah, you guys could get past it without disabling it, but it would be a squeeze.
Hmm.
There might be some checks involved. You could also
So-
attempt to temporarily kind of jam it in place.
So
Such
maybe
that
stealth or
on your way
something?
out, you could easily enough pull it, rearm the trap, if that's your concern.
No, I just didn't want to set it off by trying to disable
Sure,
it.
sure. Any
'Cause-
version of getting past this risks some amount of setting it off.
Yeah, probably the best way to go.
Okay. Okay. Roll forth me thievery, please.
I'm gonna. Wait. 19. Except this is involving a trap, so 20.
Okay.
Actually, it might be 21. That's what table that is. Well, it's 1 for when they go off, but I think it's 2 for disabling. Oh, nope, that's if you're maxing.
Okay.
That's plus 1. So 19.
20.
Of 20. Yeah.
What is the second one? 18, 19. Or no, it's this one. Yeah, 19.
What's the plus one?
You try to sort of wedge shut trapdoor so that it won't open under people.
Mhm.
But you can't seem to find a way to like force it to stay there.
Yeah.
Um,
It's like it's wedged shut, but anyway, it will probably just break
exactly.
right
It's just going to pop through the wedge. You are now confident that you know precisely the borders of the door,
through.
so you could assist people past it. You could make checks to attempt to kind of break the whole trap, or to even force the door open so that you know exactly what you're looking at.
What about follow the leader?
Follow the expert in this
Follow the expert.
case. Are you an expert in acrobatics?
An
An expert in acrobatics?
I am only trained in that.
I am.
How far is it? How wide?
10 foot wide.
How far? Like how?
10 foot.
Okay, it's
a
10 foot by
square.
10
Yeah,
foot? Okay.
10 foot by 10 foot.
Yeah, I'm an expert in acrobatics, and I think I have. What is it?
Well, okay. It depends on
Long jump.
how slightly cheat-ish
I don't think long jump is.
you feel it to be.
Why?
I'm not an expert in
Can it?
acrobatics.
Pretty sure.
Long jump.
I'm an
that's
expert
a
in
monk one.
performance.
Mhm.
Oh, fair
Yeah,
enough.
the monk one probably can.
No,
Yeah.
it's an actual feat. It's a
Oh,
a
okay.
feat
Yeah.
that you take to long
Yeah,
jump.
it's a skill.
I'm pretty
I have
sure you
yeah,
can
I
make
have
10 feet.
Long jump, and I have expert in acrobatics.
Okay. Well, you guys could theoretically use follow the expert to have Amelie kind of slide past the trap, assuming Emmeline can properly express the boundaries of the trap without being able to speak.
I'll just push the door open.
That's a fair point.
Just like
Then
There
please
it
make
is.
either another thievery or an athletics check.
how good is my athletics? Maybe a dex-based athletics? Yeah, it's gonna be thievery.
Yeah.
Oh, that's super good.
That is a 30.
Okay. You force the door open, and you see a pit down there. Beneath you, it's about 30 feet deep, and at the bottom is a shallow bit of water. And you notice that along the walls are some kind of spouts
Hmm.
that angle down into the pit.
I see.
Yep, that looked real nasty.
A little bit of dank, ancient water drips from the spout.
Yeah, boy.
I don't know what trap identification would be in this case.
I mean, considering how many skills I've rolled on this specific trap.
Yeah. But off the top of my head, you can puzzle out this is probably designed to drop someone in there and then dump a bunch of water on them. But now you know exactly where the borders are.
I will tap you. I actually motion to back up a bit out of the zone of silence. Say, and when we step back, so if this fills with water, can we fill it and swim across?
I wouldn't hazard going down there if I were you. But
Fill it first, then swim across.
can you generate that much water?
I don't
It's
know,
10
but it
10 by
seems
30.
to have
As you guys are
seems to
talking,
have big.
the pit begins to fill with water. You guys have opened the door. That is the trigger for the trap.
Uh-oh.
The
Maybe
pit
we
begins
should,
to fill with water.
Wait
Maybe we
till.
should stop that.
What is worse that happens?
What if it keeps going?
But it fills whole world with water. Is we're not in an enclosed space,
It's a sewer, though.
so it's smelly water.
Ivan, we are very much in an enclosed space.
It goes back for however many feet back that way. It goes forward for however many forward this way.
This
Is
wouldn't be
not-
the first time we've had walls closed behind us.
Trap, you said, open pit, drop people in, pour water on. Huh?
Well, how about we just have Amelie jump across? I have some rope in my bag.
Because
We'll
if
give her
you-
one end, and then she can catch anybody that falls in. And we just close the door on our way back.
Okay. Just think when pit is filled with water, it's considerably less dangerous to fall in then, because then you
Depends
just
on
swim.
How far it fills.
If it fills all the way up to top, and then overflows and we get wet feet because it flows all the way down the hallway.
And also close
And
the
it
door.
would be a
after it fills.
shitty trap.
Probably
is-
doesn't fill the whole way.
It is very clear that the door is designed to close again after.
That's
the
what I
first
figured.
trigger.
Yeah, it closes in,
But
fills up,
Emmeline's
but door
disabled.
is open.
Wait,
Trap is
so wouldn't it just-
non-functional. The trap was not
wait,
sprung.
if the
trap
water is
open.
filling, wouldn't the door just close eventually? And we can walk back over it or something, or
No.
No, because once the door is closed, the trap will reset itself.
okay.
That said, Emmeline's disabling the door is what's keeping it from reclosing.
Okay.
We'll fill with water, and then we can swim. Or she can jump across and hand us rope or something else, and we can go around. But then at least if we fall, we don't fall all the way down into bottom of trap. We fall into some water.
By
and
this time, the
splash.
trap is more or less filled itself.
So let's
Yeah.
go. If we fall, we get wet. It's considerably less dangerous than long drop. Huh?
Fair enough. Somebody hold the door open.
I got a 25 on my acrobatics check.
You jump across.
Just jump across.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you were gonna
you do like an Olympian like gymnast start, and just like double helix your way over this pit, and land with the rope still in hand.
So if anyone wants to follow the expert, they're welcome to do so.
So probably powerful leap is what you have.
I have long jump.
I'm going to.
It's under.
I'm gonna
the
take off.
six? Fourth. The fourth stuff.
I'm gonna take off my armor
Mhm.
and sword. You see me like unbuckle my armor, unbuckle my sword, unbuckle everything else, put it all in the bag of holding,
Mhm.
and then I'm gonna hop in and swim across.
Sure. Okay.
Um,
Make an athletics check.
You drown.
18.
Yeah, you have no problem with that.
I get back out. I start,
Yep.
I use prestidigitation to start kind of drying myself before I take my armor back out of the bag of holding and
Okay.
start re-equipping everything.
Are you
I
getting?
am going to try to jump across.
Okay. Roll acrobatics for me, please. You are trained, which is exactly the same as you would be rolling if you were using Follow the Expert, so just roll it.
31.
This is a natural 20.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You see Amelie do this like precise flip over there, and you're like, yeah, but it could have been like twice as flashy. You follow chart exactly the same course, but just with extra like spinning in the middle.
I love how, like, you're a halfling. You're also just leaping this 10-foot gap.
And
Yeah.
she's a
It's
circus
just-
performer.
Yes, it's like straight up like a Metroid jump. Like
Yeah.
She jumps blindfolded.
Either that or you just straight wall run it. I will let you decide. I feel like
Wall
you could
run.
also just straight wall run run up the wall like Matrix style, and then down the other side like the fucking Prince of Persia. But I feel like you're more a flip kind.
She's more a flip kind of
Okay.
person.
I mean, she grew up in a circus.
I'm just gonna walk along the side of the wall.
Sure.
Acrobatics.
Yeah, we'll go with acrobatics. That's fine.
Wall run is a
that's another natural 20.
I walked the shit out of that wall. It's like a runway.
You just kind of sigh and just like go.
Just
Show
walk across
offs.
completely normally.
You just like, can't everyone walk across a 2.5 foot wide space?
No,
All these
not all of us
non-elven creatures.
are
The 3-foot wide
toothpick
dwarf.
thin elves.
Skinny ass elf people.
It's like a fashion show runway walk. Just bam, bam, bam.
Good thing I've invested in both.
Oh, okay. So
Save the good rolls.
that gets you
things that
across
don't
there.
matter.
Okay, a little further down, another 40 feet or so, you see a bubble of darkness in spite of your holding torches.
We've got darkness up ahead.
Probably magical.
I can't see through it with dark vision or torch, so
Sit
duh.
Definitely magical.
Hmm. Does anybody have a way of seeing through that? Is that like a martial thing that you can do?
I'm aware.
Does the torch do? Would the torch work?
I'm gonna take the torch,
Mm-hmm.
put it in.
What level of continual flame did you cast on it?
3.
3 continual flame. Let me check something. Do.
Where all of a sudden you're standing in Jello. Oh God. Gelatinous cube.
That's what somebody said in the chat.
We actually,
Gelatinous
A
They're like, you
mimic.
see death called black ooze.
the,
Yes.
the entire hallway's a mimic. He's
I remember
mimicking
in,
Fab.
Call of Cthulhu.
Ridiculous cute.
Yeah, in Call of Cthulhu, we fought a gelatinous cube that hated fire.
That's I mean, gelatinous cubes are a thing in D&D.
Yeah, it was fun. So
They
what I
also
was
hate fire.
Yeah.
so what I kept doing was I was the rogue at that point. I was a rogue archer, so I kept like
Setting your house on fire.
yeah with oil.
Yeah.
It was the best, absolute best.
So you put the torch in there, and it does not seem to do anything. It just disappears into
pull it back out?
darkness. Yep. It continues to burn.
Okay, so
And
that
it hasn't
seems
been
just
dispelled
to
or
be
anything.
black.
Well, that'll make finding.
I stick my hand in.
Nothing seems to change.
It doesn't seem to hurt you. It's just black.
Well, I'm not concerned about the blackness hurting us. I'm
Duh.
concerned about what's in the blackness hurting us. Anybody got a stick or like a giant? Anybody got a 10-foot pole?
I pull out a
Hey,
I pull out a
I've
spear.
got- hang on.
I pull out a spear.
Oh.
How long is a spear?
It's a normal
Sorry,
spear.
Disney.
Yeah.
About 5 foot.
Well, we definitely don't want to be.
Reach into the bag of holding, pull out a spear. Go. This is something.
I've got caltrops.
don't think those have enough weight. Won't set anything off.
Well, I
And
think
we'd also probably step on them.
I was gonna say I think that's just gonna make it worse.
Wait,
That's a reasonable
Emmeline,
assumption.
what did you use to prop open the door? The last trap.
Probably one of my daggers, honestly,
Or just
or just like
Stone.
rope or
Because I was wondering if we
or
could.
just part of
soap.
its own mechanism, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
disable it
I
so
was-
it can't open again or something instead of
I was wondering if we could stick that in the ooze and see if something happens to that.
it's not a news. It's
news,
just
it's
darkness.
darkness.
Darkness. We'll stick that in the darkness too.
It, maybe.
Well, mostly, I think if we stay away from where people normally would walk, it might help with that.
I don't know if this
Stay
is
over
black
to
water
side.
now.
I think also maybe take spear. You hit the pile in front of us before we step forward. You poke in front of us. If we feel something change, little by little, we make through. Feel something change, we stop.
How about this?
Tie each other.
Hopefully, they won't have anything negating sound, but I will give you the end of this rope.
Yeah, I think we all want to hold rope together.
Well, I was gonna say I'm gonna run through.
Yes.
And then if I tug through 3, well, then I'll come back, I guess. If I
Okay.
find a safe path.
Actually, I
And
heard
then
Jesus was a lich.
Obviously,
Take
if you hear
spear
me,
if you need to poke something. It's-
yeah. And then obviously, if I scream, please save me.
tie
Nah.
rope around yourself. That way you cannot let go.
So that's basically what we're gonna do.
And then if you tug on the rope, you're either in trouble or you've passed out.
Yeah.
So, okay, I think works.
Multi-class.
I will also kind of like stick my head in a little bit
Aw.
and see if I can look around with dark vision inside it or.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the plan is to put rope around myself, kind of crawl along the right-hand side of the hallway, and like so I'm down underneath
Mm-hmm.
where normal people would be, and just kind of feel out in front of me with a spear. as I
Okay.
go.
Please roll a trap finding perception check as you do.
21.
Okay. You don't seem to encounter anything out of the ordinary along your way.
Okay. Upon making it to the other side, do I make it to the other side okay? Is there another side? Does my spear counter anything?
Okay, make a reflex save for me, please.
Super great.
Or I'm sorry. You know what? Never mind. Let me do it this way. Does a 19 hit you?
No.
Okay. Good. As you move forward, you feel above your head the rush of air as something heavy moves just above you.
Hmm.
Gave it like a -4 to So-
And that -4 mattered.
and it makes a shing kind of sound.
It's like staying real still for a second.
And slightly in front of you, just in front of where the spear just passed,
Mhm.
you hear another sound as something else moves through that spot.
Mm.
And then quietness. You felt the tiniest bit of pressure against the spear just before this happened.
Do we hear this, by the way? Can we hear
Yeah,
this
you can
thing?
hear everything.
So yeah, it's trapped.
It sounded like Blade.
You okay in
Is
there?
go all the way to floor?
Yeah, no, it does not go to the floor.
Could we crawl under?
It's real tight.
You don't sound like you're bleeding out.
I'm gonna
Make
check the
a
end of
quick
my.
perception check for me. We'll give it trap finding, and we won't detract anything for the fact that you're blind as shit. This is
26.
sound-based. You hear a slow tick, 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 as though the trap is very gradually resetting itself.
I'm gonna see if I can't like find those blades.
Okay.
With the spear.
Sure. As you fish around, you push the spear up against what feels like a slot in one of the walls. And you feel the spear very slowly get pushed backwards as each tick starts withdrawing the blade from the slot in the wall that it had slid into as the trap executed. So the trap is resetting itself, pulling them back up to the ceiling. You would guess with a perception check as good as the one you made, you would guess this is going to take it about 15 minutes.
Oh, it should be disabled by now, but I don't know if there are multiple versions of this in here because it's hard to see. I think you guys should follow my path exactly, but let me get to the other side of this darkness first.
Okay.
So, now that I think that it's okay to keep going, I'm going to keep going along that path and try and find what the trigger was, since I've had felt it encounter something.
Yeah. Make one more perception for me, please.
16.
You feel a thin stretch of wire that's now laying loose against the ground, and with each tick, you feel it start to pull itself slightly more taut.
Well, snapping that might do one of two things. It could make our problem better, or it could make it worse.
Much worse.
Do I... Encountering that, I'm going to keep going in the direction that I was going until I see, or until I encounter something else.
Another 20 feet further out, and you emerge out of the darkness. You are holding one of the torches, correct? Yeah, and the light begins to cast against more dark stone walls.
Okay, well, I found the other side. There's a tripwire which triggered the trap. I can disable it, but I don't know if that's going to be the best solution for this trap. Doesn't look like it'll be active for another little ways, 15 minutes. But if it takes us longer than 15 minutes to get out of there, we're going to have to deal with this again.
I think cut tripwire usually is best way to not trip it, huh?
Well, I don't know how that will interact with the rest of the trap. Probably it won't reset properly. It might break. It could do some weird things.
You may attempt a thievery to figure out how to disable it.
20? 21. Actually.
You feel like it would theoretically be possible to jam each of the blades individually. Alternately, if you cut the wire, the trap might lock itself in an unending cycle of triggering and then resetting, and triggering and resetting, which means it would only be dangerous for about 3 seconds every 15 minutes.
Yeah, but if we know how to trigger it... Actually, while it's up, I'm going to see if I can find any other blades other than the 2 that I've found thus far.
Okay. Make another perception.
Yeah, that's a lot.
You don't.
Okay.
You feel like this is precisely a 2-blade trap.
Okay. So, and that both of those blades are on the near side of the tripwire?
They're on...
Either
no,
side.
one is on the near side, one is on the far side.
Hmm.
As though it was designed specifically so that it would hit someone coming from either direction.
Is there any part of the hallway that the blades do not cover?
The ground. But no, they swing all the way from the ceiling on one side through to the wall.
How far down do blades go?
I mean, I was underneath them, fortunately. So if we stay all the way to the far right and very close to the ground, it shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, that's easy.
Duh.
And for now, I mean, they're deactivated anyway for now, but maybe just to be safe.
Go over to the far side. I get down and I kind of start just army crawling.
Sure. You have
Across
no
the
problems. You wander over the tripwire, but it's still resetting, so it doesn't actually trip anything.
You have just standard
Yep.
caterpillar squiggle.
So we can come out the other side and can see again.
So we'll just try and trigger that before we go through next time.
Are there any wall sconces or anything down the thing? Okay.
All right. I guess further on we go.
Photoshop.
More death.
So you continue you continue on a while longer. Continue on a while longer until you know down this now kind of honestly like featureless tunnel. You in the darkness you kind of just like with the torchlight it casts on dark stone and then more dark stone and each like block of dark stone seems pretty much identical to the last one until you finally come up to a large metal door. And it seems to be made of like wrought iron or something, or at least it was made of wrought iron because the rust has corroded the ever-living shit out of this. You have some experience working with metal. Hold like a crafting check for me real quick.
24.
This is centuries of neglect. Probably at least 1,000, 1,500 years.
How the hell were those traps still working? This is very old.
To get the door to be as corroded as it is.
Yeah.
Magic?
Yeah, you suspect that the traps were probably sustained by magic.
Well, yeah, the ruined one I wasn't so concerned about, but some of the others. But yeah.
You think I can lock door down?
You can try. It might just be unlocked. I'm just
It does
worried
not
about it
seem
being trapped.
Look trapped. Can you tell?
Make a perception.
20? 1? That's
Doesn't
trapped.
seem like there's any traps on it.
Might
To be
fine.
honest, you'd have trouble figuring out where a trap would be attached to it anymore.
I'm kind of more concerned about what's behind the door, but it looks fine.
I try the handle.
The handle kind of like just snaps off in your hand, to be honest.
Okay, well, looks like opening normally doesn't work anyway, so
Could we now
I
push
would-
it if we
I just
break
give it
it?
a kick.
Swings open with a horrendous.
He's
Not
open.
a happy door sound.
Hey, we didn't die.
As it kind of like hits the wall.
After you.
Okay.
Could we roll a perception to see if we heard anything?
Actually, yeah.
You
First,
certainly may.
first, I like look in through the door and peer
Uh-huh.
around with dark vision.
Okay, roll perception for me, please.
That is
23.
32.
The eyes
My
of
perception
God.
is really good. My rolls are really bad.
So, you both peer into this room. You don't hear anything other than occasionally the soft sound of pieces of stone in the ground, shaken loose, no doubt, by the impact of the door.
Okay.
Do I see anything?
You see the room stretches out in front of you for at least 30 or 40 feet.
Do I smell anything?
You smell the definite scent of rusted metal.
Okay.
Other than that, must.
Okay.
And you see out at the far end of the room, there is a stone dais. And on top of it is a altar, or like a pillar of some kind. And on top of that is a small box. Hard to tell exactly what it's made of from this far away without being able to see color.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever it is, it's been sitting there for a couple thousand
Gonna
years.
reach into the bag and pull out my lantern
Sure.
and speak the word to illuminate it
Uh-huh.
and walk in to the room towards the altar.
Cassie's gonna.
Look at the walls.
You walked in.
Yeah.
you make it to the altar.
Cassie's gonna follow him into the room. Does it
Uh-huh.
look anything like the room in her dream?
It looks precisely like the room.
This is it!
This is what?
The room in my dream! That dais didn't have that same thing on it.
Did not. There is no glass globe.
It had a glass globe with an owl inside, but the dais looked the same.
Your dream house is different than mine.
Didn't you say something about a bat?
Well, yes, but the bat could be
is
the
symbol
watcher
of bat is symbol of Walker.
or the walker.
Yeah, but it means might be something else in here. I'm not.
Shine blade around. I'm looking
You
around.
don't see
thinking,
anything. When you get close enough to the dais, you see that the box is made of wood, which should have rotted all to hell.
A reed or a.
It has a strong abjuration aura.
whatever is
Is
in that
strong aura some kind of abjuration school look like?
box. is
Identify
what
magic.
We need.
Sure.
Occultism? Actually, I'm going to roll
Did I
my
roll
creepy
religion
dice.
for it?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Hey, that's pretty good. 26.
29.
The box is definitely enchanted to maintain itself. It is meant to last effectively forever.
Well, we
Make
got
a perception check for me too, please.
Me too?
Don't worry about it.
Oh,
15.
man.
It's locked by
Hmm.
what looks like actually a normal everyday lock.
I'm gonna tap it. Do anything? Okay, I'm able to touch the box.
Yes.
Good to know.
Do you think this is
Jesse,
a good
if you
idea?
would please make a perception check.
There's no religious symbols or anything anywhere in this room, huh?
Sorry?
There's no religious
I
symbols.
thought you
or-
were trying to identify the box.
I was, but I also am
Oh.
taking the lantern, just kind of looking around.
Oh
just
yes,
like-
no. There's all sorts of like owl imagery and other
20
imagery
total.
evoking the walker.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that was specifically just for the box.
I was focusing on the box at first, but
Right.
I just took a glance around as well.
Yes, there's just a lot of people looking for attention.
Yeah.
20 total.
Hey, needy.
To the left of the altar lays a skeleton wrapped in the tattered or kind of like time-rotten remains of an ornate purple robe.
Oh, no.
Hmm?
Oh. That's why you crumbled.
I'll look over to it.
There is a skeleton laying there wrapped in
Does it have a necklace?
Well, I found
Yes.
you. I found you,
Read
Found who?
aura on the necklace.
but I found you too late.
There is a massive aura on the necklace.
Found who?
Identifiable?
Not really.
Just
A strong divination signature among a couple of other like
okay.
more subdued signature, but the aura
That
is
necklace-
significant.
That
Really?
necklace is kind
Or
of
is- yeah.
absurdly powerful.
Maybe not too late. Maybe this is just how it was always going to be.
She was skeleton in dream, was likely skeleton in real life
Make
already.
medicine for me real quick.
I mean, it's a skeleton. It can't-
Yes.
If there's no flesh left, I don't need a lot of medicine to
Sure.
That's a 17.
The level of bleachedness to these bones, like, this has been here
Yeah.
as long as that door has been closed and rusting. Like,
Look, I've seen some old death. This is some very old death.
Why were you in here?
While they're focused on that, I'm just going to
Who?
guidance myself and roll a theory to open the thing.
Oh, from my dream.
It's
That's
very high.
her, I think. That's
is
her
it over like
Lois.
25?
Yes.
Okay, you succeed. You sneak a tool in there and blink, pop the lock open.
At least
This
now
lock
I have
definitely
gloves in my
doesn't seem like
pocket.
it was meant to keep out like hardened intruders.
Determined people.
Yes, it was more or less a passing thought. When you open this chest, you find things inside it.
Ooh, there's a box.
Oh.
So Jessie's going to say, at least now I have gloves
Hold
in my
up.
pocket. She's going to reach
Hold
in her
up.
pocket, put on some gloves, and gently try to take
We have
the necklace.
chest.
We got a box.
I've always had a
Inside the chest,
I'm gonna
you
angle this
find,
down to see it.
Yes, you find 6 identical objects made out of some kind of white stone, as well as a number of gemstones of various kinds.
Do we put this together like a puzzle?
That's an excellent question.
Most likely.
Detect magic.
I opened it.
They are significantly
Read
magical.
aura. What is the?
Illusion.
These are some kind of illusion magic attached.
Okay, you were saying something. I'm sorry.
Did you say there was a necklace around?
Is a necklace around her
Right.
neck?
So I'm going to pull gloves out of my pocket
Mm-hmm.
because I would have. Is it fair to say I would have put gloves in my pocket
Sure.
as
Ooh,
preparation?
wait, hold up.
Also, you have a costume kit.
Yeah,
on
I have
your
a costume
person.
kit. Oh, that's a good
A
point. I have a
disguise kit,
costume kit,
yeah.
so I have a mechanical reason to be able to
Yes.
say pull gloves out of my bag. All right. So I pull gloves out of my pocket, put them on, and try to gently take the necklace.
You slide
Okay,
the
I
necklace
got it.
up,
Maybe.
and hanging from the end of the chain is an
Yeah.
opalescent silvery owl.
You see anything?
Huh.
You probably fit together
I'm
somehow.
gonna go over and look at it with
I
her.
know they
How much do you want to bet this is what Girla is going to ask us to get?
Oh, I would bet quite a lot.
Huh.
That aura on it is really kind of excessively powerful.
I'm not actually going to make that wager, but
There's a lot of magic on that.
yeah.
Hey, can I roll a religion or anything to see if I can identify it in any way, or is this beyond?
Interestingly,
what I would...
no.
Can I roll occultism?
Nope.
Oop, almost.
Okay.
You do, however, feel a strong draw to it. Oh man, that didn't take you guys as long as I thought it would.
I mean, it's still
That's
a,
fine.
still a step away.
I kind of hope he doesn't ask for it, though.
Well,
You feel a strong draw to it.
Maybe this one we won't give
It's almost there.
the Bastion.
I think
Why?
again we want to look into the idea of can
Stuck
we?
on this last piece.
It is notable, by the way, neither of the previous two objects that have been required have been innately magical.
You do realize none of what she's gotten before has had a magic aura.
True.
It's all been just object. I think this is linchpin.
This one feels sticky.
This has the magic.
like it
I-
wants to stick to me.
What?
One of the things we don't necessarily need to tell people about things if it's not specifically related to what we're supposed to tell them
I
about.
also
Huh?
I
Uh-oh.
also
Oh, fuck.
want to think maybe I want to get all
Maybe it's
together.
like a piece
I
of
want
maybe
to
it's
have
like
to
a-
have repaid whatever debt
This one
she
should
has
come out.
tied onto my arm.
26. It's
Oh, no, that just rotates it.
well, yeah, but
I'm gonna
Well-
keep staring at its aura and see if I can divine anything
well,
else
we
about
don't
it.
know for
Is there any more
sure.
information or
It's-
function or anything? Like I'm just gonna keep using read detect
but
magic and read aura.
Don't know for sure.
See if I can figure out anything.
It's definitely strongly divination based. It seems to be a kind of combination of divine and occult magic. There is the symbology meeting with what she said
Mhm.
earlier about the owls is definitely very
Oh,
like
something to try.
that which walks in silence. Excuse me, that which walks in silence based. It has the feel of something that would be like the holy symbol of a high priest or something.
I'm going to go and start studying the robes that were
Sure.
on the skeleton.
Okay.
And see if there's anything I can recognize or learn from that.
There is, it's pretty heavily degraded, but there is more holy symbology. It again seems to be very based on the concept of the owl as opposed to the more current concept of the bat for the walker.
Yeah.
But it definitely is a priestly robe. This was almost certainly a cleric.
I think this was some kind of cleric of the Watcher.
Can I try to draw a picture of the woman from my dream?
Yeah. And in fact, just make a crafting check to assume that you have done and already drawn it.
Okay.
Along the way.
Oh yeah, dream journal. Duh.
Yeah.
And she would have also drawn the. Could this include like a picture of her with the owl and the
Sure.
bat?
It's like a Haley's Comet where I know how it goes together, but I just don't know how to get it to go together.
26.
That's
Yeah,
always
you-
the
you-
trick.
Accurately reproduce these.
So she's gonna open up her journal. It's got a picture of the woman in the robe with the owl in the globe and the bat, and Dave would have more details on what that looks like.
There is a handful of various gemstones in there as well. I think I mentioned them. But
I will of course, collect the gemstones and deposit them in the bag of holding.
Sure.
After detecting magic in all of them to make sure they
None of them
aren't
are magic.
also crazy artifacts that I'm just ignoring.
None of them are magical, except the one that has a soul inside.
Yeah. Oh, well,
Yeah.
that one is
Yeah.
right in the bag.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, and then the
That one
Well,
mixes
you can
with
get
the
that
things you
side
put
later.
it into.
and then there's the one that'll manipulate the time space continuum, and then there's the one that don't worry about it.
You got it.
Hey, it snaps in place.
Okay, so while these two are working on the pendant, the cousins off to the side manipulate these 6 stone objects
Oh,
until they slide together and activate
Hold it up. Like, see, we made a circle,
a
guys.
sphere.
It only took us. Actually, it didn't take us that
Hold
long.
on, hold on, slightly higher.
Maybe 10 minutes, maybe
No,
a little less.
lower. There, now it's actually a really good view on that camera. Let's see. Rotate your hand the other way. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
So, as it snaps into place, it glows a faint blue for a moment. And then that glow kind of concentrates down into this flowing script in a language that none of you recognize.
does it look like the symbols on it?
Symbols on what? The,
I'm-
the,
I'm gonna show a picture of a woman of a northern-looking elf in a ornate purple robe, standing with the dais in the room.
There is also some similar script on her robe.
I am going to take a sheet of paper and start using sigil to inscribe each rune in the order and thing is
Right.
going.
It's not. They're not strictly speaking runes, and it sort of flows from one character to the next. But you
Sure, but
manage
I will
it.
use sigil
It takes a
I will
couple of
try to
times.
connect them
And-
as best I can to inscribe it into on
You
a
have
sheet
to
of paper.
redo a couple of them because you're like, oh, no, that doesn't look as right as I thought it did. But
Yeah.
it works
the,
out.
On the dais, there's a glass globe with an owl inside the globe, and there are symbols like the symbols on that and on the dress, and there's a bat sort of trying to scratch, like looking like it's scratching at the globe.
maybe the same bat was trying to scratch at the thing earlier.
I don't think the bat is a literal bat.
Oh.
See, the bat is the current symbol of that which walks in silence. Owl is an older symbol for that which walks in silence. It's fallen into disuse. And I think the walker was trying
To
to-
lead us here.
to tell us we needed to unearth this space, or we need to unearth this symbol?
I will need
Is
time
the owl supposed to go in
to
the
read
orb?
that.
No.
I can probably read that script, but I will need time. I will need to prepare some spells.
Nobody recognizes this?
No,
No.
other than
Can I roll a society to see if I can recognize where the script's from?
seeing that I recognize it's from my dream. I don't.
Is a 16.
To be honest, it doesn't even feel related to anything you've ever seen before.
No, what is...
Would I be able
Yes.
to try to figure something out with my religion roll?
Sure.
Because I feel like, in
You're
my teachings, in my schooling, I may have learned about some sort of ancient things, you know? That is a 22.
So no one knows what Tirla wants from us.
Jirla wants the objects.
We don't know that.
Well, that's what she said she wanted.
She said she wanted something.
No, said she wanted the 3 objects that were related to the ritual
she
thing that
said
we're
she wanted
retrieving
us to
for.
find 3 objects.
Well, no, but no one knows what thing we're picking up for her.
No, so
here.
far she has not told us what third object is.
Hopefully.
I think best bet is let's take both of these back. I think we take both back. We take 2. We look over in morning. I will be able to read script, and we see if I can read what it says. And it turns off.
Nice. Also,
Did not hold together as well as I
Yeah,
was hoping.
22 you said?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's because the 3D printed version doesn't clasp together quite as well as the more
Actual.
finely tuned versions do. It does not obviously shatter when you toss it.
I ruined it. Well, Sherry, if you'd like to
So-
figure out the puzzle, you can figure out the
Jessie will
puzzle.
kind of absentmindedly slip the necklace on as if she doesn't realize what she's doing. And
You feel like
Okay, I
that
noticed that.
the script does have vague relation to something you have seen before, not as script,
what
but as ornamentation.
is the process of investing it, and could she
You have
begin
to
it
spend
here?
10 minutes focusing on it, and then it becomes one of your invested items.
She's gonna
Have
start
Hold
that.
on, wait, hold.
She's gonna start that now.
Sure.
I will. I rolled a lot to notice. I'm gonna be
Sure.
like, whoa! Why did you put on?
Reason?
You should take off.
Oh,
I agree. You should take
Until
it off.
you know what does, you should take off.
why?
As you put it on and begin to focus on it, you feel like you start to understand its function.
But are we concerned about what it is?
I'm concerned. I'm concerned to kill her. I'm concerned that she wear it and 5 minutes later her head explode. We don't know what it does. It's supremely powerful, really dangerous magic item that we don't know what it does. So let's not play around like toy,
It's
huh?
fine.
We didn't take a look at
Fine. It's fine.
You do not sound like
Everything's
yourself,
fine.
Tessie.
As you begin to draw it toward investiture,
It's fine.
you begin to hear faint whispering.
And
it? Occultism to identify.
The
Uh,
necklace?
Identify the effects.
You can't tell the effects.
No,
She's the only one hearing it.
No. I'm saying like
so,
I guess I'm looking for occultic similarities of people getting invested into
I-
objects, like kind of
Oh.
legends, that kind of.
Oh,
thing.
okay.
I'm
Well,
rolling a
first of all, let me
stealth.
just let you start reading.
Oh.
all
I'm rolling a stealth to take it off.
Okay.
A
I
stealth?
roll yes.
That's actually going
I got
to
a
be
20.
a thievery.
Yeah, you'd have to do.
Okay, fine. Then
Something.
14. Then 14.
here.
It's gonna feel like a dick move, but I swear it's not. When you touch the metal, it is intensely cold.
Wow. But
To
I
the
still be
point
able to hold.
You
No.
literally cannot grasp it. It is too cold. Like your hand instinctively pulls away from it.
That is not good.
Oh,
That is a 32.
Okay.
What are
well,
you doing?
To identify.
Yes, there are legends of items that wish to be invested, so to speak.
Mhm.
In some cases, they're cursed objects. In some cases, they are powerful relics, often of a deity calling to a follower.
Mm.
Can I roll a religion to see what this is more likely to be? If this is likely to be something that her god is
Well-
good on for,
Mhm.
or whether it's something I should probably take off her right now.
Well,
Take her head off.
I noticed the ornamentation. Do I know the significance of the ornamentation?
It is strongly related to gods.
I rolled a 30.
Is that in a good
no,
way or a
as
bad
Wait,
way?
hold up.
It doesn't matter. The script is related to ornamentation that you see with
does this
in
does having
imagery
this
with the
necklace
gods.
on change my perception of the script?
Yes, but we will get to that in just
Okay.
a moment.
I
thought so.
rolled a 30 to know whether this is something I should probably let her commune with her god using, or whether it's something I should take off her right the fuck
It would
now.
be very odd for a high priest of a god to be wearing a cursed item when they died.
Oh, clear.
It's a cursed item.
As opposed to
So-
an item dedicated to the god
Yeah.
they were serving.
I th-
No, guys, this is good.
And
Mm.
and
I
when
think-
you
X to doubt.
Yeah.
I do think this
No.
is religious artifact, not
No, this is
cursed one.
good. If you know the walker, like, well, not even like I know the walker, like someone knows the walker better than even I know the walker. This is good.
Why?
Any particular reason?
Because this is it.
This is what?
It is the walkers.
It is the walkers.
The walker's necklace?
The necklace of someone who is the walkers.
What?
Ivan is the marshals. She was
The
and
walkers?
is and ever will be the walkers. Now her soul is his, and then
I don't like the way you're talking.
she was his.
He's possessed by God. It does.
These things happen.
Not so.
Would you be okay if I read that for everyone? Whispers of the Dreamer. Item unique. Divination invested occult divine unique. Usage worn bulk negligible price question mark.
Price all of it.
This pendant resembles an owl cast in a silvery metal with an opalescent sheen. 4 rubies are set across its wings. While wearing the pendant, you gain a +1 item bonus to checks to recall knowledge, including bardic lore checks. The ability to cast the message cantrip as an occult spell, and the ability to understand, speak, and write the divine tongue. If you are able to cast occult spells at the listed levels, you add the associated spell to your repertoire or spell book. At 2nd level, Augury. At 4th level, Nightmare. At 6th level, Scrying. At 8th level, Dream Council. Action. Activate. Free action. Interact. Frequency once per hour. Requirement, you are a worshipper primarily of that which walks in silence. Effect, you make a check to recall knowledge. You gain a +1 status bonus for this check in addition to the +1 item bonus given to all recall knowledge checks. So once per hour she can, as a free action, make a recall knowledge check.
Nice.
Because you fuckers aren't identifying monsters in combat enough.
Okay, this is good.
Because it takes an action.
That's why I'm giving her a free action to do it.
This is good. This is the voice. Or it'll lead me to the voice.
And when you next look at the ball,
What does this say?
you read poetry.
Ah, that's pretty.
As you understand it, it sort of becomes rhyming in your head, even though it's, obviously in a
I wonder
tongue
if they know
different, but it
poems don't have to rhyme.
translates as a rhyme scheme. And it says, where does it start? Right. First came the huntress, stalking the wild. Second, the sage, dissonance reconciled. Then came the noble with dominion and grace, and next was his mistress, his people's embrace. Fifth was the warrior, incomparably strong, and last came the voice, the truth in her song.
Could you repeat?
Yeah.
And I can read it if you want, but like.
Yes. Well, it's in the middle of my notes for this.
Oh, okay. Well then.
Oh,
Although, I'm
First,
pretty
what
sure
is
none
it?
of
What was
these-
it? It was first comes what?
Yeah, actually, I've literally used all of these, so you can it's about
Okay.
halfway down.
So these was. First came huntress, stalking wild. Second sage, dissonance reconciled. Then came noble, dominion and grace. Next was mistress, people's embrace. Warrior, incomparably strong, voice, truth in her song. I'm assuming has something to do with the gods. Question is, which god is which? Some are easy. Pretty sure warrior one is fairly self-explanatory. But voice,
I'll give you religion on it.
well,
Does it have to
Unless
do
you
with
wanna
the
just
walker?
puzzle
if
it
I
out
can
on your
puzzle
own.
out.
By all means,
Voice-
continue.
The voice,
Does it have to maybe do with the walker, even though it sounds counterintuitive?
I do not think voice is walker. It uses she. Unless walker used to be known as she.
Or
No one
it has to
knows
do with the priestess.
What the walker is.
Which
Or
is
That's
why
why
it
the
is
walker
weird
is
if walker
it.
went by she.
Or maybe so either this priestess could be the she, or she could be the mistress of the
Of the noble.
noble.
First came
Would the walker be the noble and she be the mistress? Because
walker could also be sage. Sage
Walker's
though
not usually
is
associated with.
Sage is more likely. It is more likely doing with magic than dream.
What about the dissonance one?
That's Sage. Sage, dissonance reconciled
Caller to the ways.
is caller to ways. Is the aspects, creation,
should write all this
destruction of
down.
magic, dual nature of magic
Can you
is.
please write this down?
I'm writing it
Just-
down.
I can't just by memory.
Wait, like,
I'm-
okay.
Oh, you're saying in character.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
I thought you were
Yes.
saying.
In and out.
Emmeline writes this down.
okay.
Emmeline writes this down. I will write it down once I can.
Yeah.
read
Okay, thank you.
Cousin, can you please write this down?
Cousin, sorry.
So who is Huntress? Do you think?
Um,
Seeker and Starlight.
Seems likely. Noble with Dominion Grace, maybe. Lady?
The Lord in Saffron Robes.
Lord in Saffron Robes, and
Because his
Mistress is probably
mistress-
Lady. Lady of the Crimson Eyes. Warrior is Marshall. And who is Voice?
says it's a she.
But
The matter.
The Voice. I mean, this is
Makes
very
no
old.
sense.
Maybe was she when Owl
The
is it well back?
because
there's the Lord in Saffron Robes, the Lady with Crimson Eyes, the Marshal of the Gleaming Blade, the Caller to the Ways, the Seeker in Starlight, and that which walks in silence. So, we were saying this. Marshal is who? The warrior. Okay. And then the Seeker is who?
Probably Huntress.
Huntress. Okay.
Secret and Starlight. What is Secret and Starlight the god of?
The goddess of nature,
Yep. Hunter.
the hunt,
Yeah.
travel.
Huntress is Seeker. Noble is Lord in Saffron Robes. Caller to Ways is the
Magus, God of
dissonance
Magic.
dissonance reconciled part.
unless the caller to the ways is
Sage.
the voice.
Unlikely. Caller in Ways also does not go by she.
Correct.
True.
Caller in Ways is they.
could it be?
It's the whole point of having dual nature, dual aspect is kind of central to the whole tenet
True.
there.
Dissonance. Yeah.
Dissonance reconciled. The voice can only be
That which walks in silence. Well, here,
which
because-
apparently went by she when this was written, I suppose.
And that which walks in silence is truth
Yeah.
and secrets.
And apparently at one point was not it. It was she. At one point was owl, not bat. I guess change over time. I don't know.
I mean, I do feel like maybe the woman here may have something to do with the she.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I mean, if
This
woman
I
was
see
very
what-
clearly a
pretty
like
sure
a
this
Can I
was
see
literal
what
human.
skeleton.
I mean, it's
her
human
robe
skeleton.
says?
Elf skeleton.
Elf
yes.
skeleton.
Oh, elf
What?
skeleton.
Can I see what her robe says and what
A
the?
lot of it is really too degraded.
Okay. Can I see? Can I read what my picture of her robe would say?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Ah!
God damn it.
Sorry.
Oh,
I don't like making your life hard.
no, it's fine.
but-
I just have to make up what her robe says.
And what my picture of
there's-
the owl globe
yes.
would say.
Okay.
I know. I'm sorry. I hate making your life difficult.
It's not making me
Do you-
difficult.
do you
I love it when
remember-
making life
Making me
difficult.
write
Do you
something
remember
down that I
specific
wasn't
enough
planning to
have
tell you.
copied down the language that you've never seen before exactly?
She has specific training in remembering her dreams.
Yeah.
But
And
that doesn't necessarily mean
Yeah,
that
that's true.
an exact language you've never
yeah.
seen before would be exactly copied in a
Roll,
precise
roll
way
a
to be
roll a
legible.
recall knowledge
That's
check.
a very good point.
Yeah. Roll a recall knowledge check with your.
It would be like-
shiny new
Which
bonus.
which bonus would I use?
The bardic.
And from what it sounds like, it would be like seeing an Arabic script now
Sure.
That
and
is a
copying it to
very
the
good
point that you
point.
suddenly can read Arabic, but when you couldn't, you managed to copy
Well,
it
in this
precisely
case,
enough to still be legible.
she is not going to be looking at her picture for it. She's just going to remember. If she can make this remember knowledge.
Okay.
Nine.
Yeah, you can't really nail it down that specifically.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of the fact that you would have.
You can
Hero
spend a
point.
hero point
Yep.
to attempt to reroll it. Given that it's 8:45, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Ivan, I like the
24.
24.
Lyric figure out puzzle. Do not need to roll. It's my
Is
job.
This like the one time that I nat 20'd on the villain
Yeah.
identity in the year one Star
That
Wars
is
game?
what that recurs among the script.
Is this a...
What?
I can't read your handwriting.
Dang.
Okay, I'll try and write it. I was writing fast.
I know. I was just trying to make sure. I mean, I was pretty sure that was it. I was just trying to make absolutely certain.
Mm-hmm.
My handwriting is so slow, you
Okay.
guys.
There we go.
Oh.
Oh no.
So-
Oh no. What?
I mean, not no, but why?
Why? What?
How?
How? What?
Jesse, we will not be able to answer questions unless you get more specific.
I'm not asking you. I'm
And yet
asking the
here we
world
are.
in general.
We will answer before Skeleton does. So.
I suppose you will. The voice in the shadows. The robe and the globe. Ah, that rhymed. Said the voice in the shadows.
Would that be the guy that's been following us around? Sorry, out of character.
No.
Well, in character.
No, unlikely.
The ashen one.
Bramble Man is
Brambleman?
also not a she.
So is the voice
Yeah.
in the shadows that which walks in silence? Or is the voice in the shadows something completely new?
Or something old, maybe.
Because no one's
isn't around
seen that
anymore.
which walks in silence. No one knows what that which walks in silence is.
Does the robe have anything to do with what the robe that she's wearing or no?
The robe is the image that she is recalling this from.
The
is
robe and the globe.
of her in life.
Okay.
Yeah,
Or
it
at
would be
least
the
of her
robe
dream
before it
of her.
degraded.
Okay. And then
Of
the globe.
mermaid.
Would the globe be
I
that?
am thinking after all this,
No, it
No.
was.
It would be.
Bramble
It was
Man is
that part.
connected to that which walks in.
Brambleman is not.
I think Bramble Man might be connected to that which walks in silence. That which walks in silence clearly has changes and shifts throughout its past, like at one point being a she, changing its symbol over time.
But-
They are both gods of dreams.
Oh, one wants to be.
Why did it happen?
What a
Perhaps it was a. I don't know. I can only speculate. Dual god, male and female. One took power, became both.
I keep thinking of I mean, kind of in character, kind of out of character. I keep thinking of how like transgenderism is kind of like a dual identity in Native American culture.
Mm-hmm.
But that has nothing to do with
Two-spirit.
this.
Oh.
There
Two-spirit.
is
Well, the trouble is, though, no one ever associates that which walks in
at the
silence.
moment I try
male.
not to apply human
No one
concepts of anything to what gods
Ever
do.
associates that
Unless
which
they want to
walks
do it
in silence
themselves.
with any gender. No one's ever seen it. That's why we call it it.
But what about
It's
they?
not even they. The color to the ways, they are neither male nor female. They are neither and both at the same time.
I know, and
as far
they
as-
is a
pontificate about-
and they is something that can be used when
I
a
think
thing
at-
is not
I
is
think
not
at
binary.
moment I
Like,
think at
it's-
moment is best
Sorry.
idea
Not the
probably
same.
to sleep on it. I think at moment we should try to study a bit more, sleep on it, maybe look at some religious texts in the temple.
It's more that we don't know what, but we say it because we don't know what. I
At
don't
the moment though,
To clarify, that which walks in silence has always been seen as too abstract to apply a characteristic like that
Okay.
because it's so so much
So
more
vague.
distant than the other gods, and nothing is known about it other than it walks in. It's kind of always shrouded, and it speaks only in dreams.
I
in
have
weird metaphor.
Well, then
So that's
wouldn't
why
that
people call it it.
then wouldn't that technically be the voice then? Or this?
It's never heard.
It's never been heard.
Okay.
So maybe if it's ironic, but most likely it's something that's been lost to time.
I am.
But we can.
Mhm.
Would there be anything to know about whether or not a dream message would be able to reach a bramble?
He gave us new ritual to contact him.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right, he did.
What?
That he did, actually, in fact. But the answer is, yeah, in theory, you can target anyone with a
if there's
dream
a
message.
specific ritual that we have been given to it that I just forgot about.
But it's more or less a dream message, so yeah.
Then I will actually go. I might have question to ask Brambleman. I think at the moment, best idea
Are
is
you leaving the sphere together, by the way?
yes. We haven't disassembled it.
That's fine.
Unless it
Is
popped
it- is it
apart when I
changing
tossed
at
it
all?
up and down.
Is it
No.
changing at all, or
No,
okay?
it's more or less. I mean, after a while, the glow of the characters fades.
And it
returns
disappears
to
back
it.
into.
Yeah.
So I will. I think best at the moment is let's sleep on it. I have a question I wish to ask Brambleman
Why do you want to talk to him?
because I think this is all tied together.
Well, yeah, a lot of these things tend to be, but I also don't necessarily want him knowing what we may have
I'm
found.
not going to tell him anything. Simply going to.
Ivan, just by
I
speaking, you
think-
tell people everything.
I think I'll talk to him.
I thought that was me.
I only want
No,
to
you
know.
do it by not speaking.
I only want to know if I ask what is his symbol.
That's fair.
And then I think maybe I need to do some research at Temple.
Tessie, I had a question. You had said something when you were imbuing that thing.
Hmm?
You kept referring to people as belonging to gods.
Hmm? Oh, just they're followers. They're clerics. They're not just followers. They're close followers.
Okay.
So would you
Alarm.
belong to the Walker?
Maybe.
It depends on God.
Would you belong to the Marshal?
No. I am closest ally. I am follower of him. He is my lord and I obey him. I do all that, but I am mine. No one else.
Then why was she his?
Because she is not follower of Marshall. She is follower of different God, and they
No.
make own rules.
No. The elf.
Because
woman.
she is not follower of Marshall. She is follower of Walker, and they make own rules. If I die, my soul will probably go to Marshall, and I will be with Marshall. But I am my own,
Okay.
and Marshall values me because I am my own,
I mean,
and I
she's-
value my own strength. I don't rely on his strength.
He's the Walkers now.
He
because
grants me his strength because I am my own.
He's gone. She was the Walkers then because he was.
Different gods have
Walker's
different views
vessel.
about this kind of thing, and different priests have different views about
So
this
are you
kind of
not the Walker's vessel?
I'm not a priest.
Okay. What about Tirla? Or no, not Tirla.
I think we know who the tier belongs to.
What was
Belong might be appropriate in that
what was her name?
Which her?
The priestess that we followed who was purple?
I have it written down.
Oh,
Isla?
Beldaris.
Valdaris.
yeah, Beldaris.
Of the one arm.
I don't know.
In general, most of time you're going to need to ask them. Relation with
Basically,
God
yes.
is very personal. Depends
Hopefully we
on
won't have to
person,
ask
depends on
Beldaris
God.
anything.
What does it mean to belong to a god? Is it simply just to be a priest or a priestess?
It doesn't mean to belong to anything.
It's less of
Not to be that guy. Perhaps we can do philosophy at downtown.
No.
Yeah.
When it's not 9 o'clock
Oh,
at night.
yeah.
I think, but like I said, was been saying, I think is best we sleep on it and resume.
I'm into it. Don't get me wrong. I would love for you guys.
I would not be making the suggestion if it
Yeah.
wasn't 9 o'clock. I
Yes.
just think it's
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 just-
about time. Yo, it's first day after break. You get an extra hour.
Yeah. I mean, remember when we said let's not do 6 gigabytes of video?
I think
We're getting kinda close
we're
to
not
that.
we're not there, but we're not that far.
We're getting there. We're working on it.
Um,
Yeah. Okay.
We're gonna
the way.
start.
At points during all of this, you have begun to hear quiet whispers.
Hey.
But they seem to be doing things
Sacrifice
like
Jesse's mind for the greater good.
they seem to be doing things like answering questions. Like when you're remembering things, occasionally you'll hear a whisper that, clarifies something and brings like a memory back to light and things like that. It's almost like that's the item bonus. But moving on.
So,
Time to sneak back out.
yeah, I think at this point we'll
Yeah.
head back the other way and even.
I
head
am
back
definitely not giving this necklace to Bastion
I think is fair.
or Tirla.
No, I don't think any of them need to know about it.
Agreed.
Are you going to
the-
take it off?
Oh, no.
That is my concern.
I think that necklace is from her god. I do not think is
Just
bad.
I'm not going to take it off because it's sacred.
So,
Not because it's taken over my body or because I can't take it off.
be aware.
There's
The-
If it was,
there is a part of me that feels like that those last two things are true now more so than because
the
you
only
said them.
person I would probably take this off and give it to would be my grandmother, and she isn't here.
I see.
If she were right here in front of me and she said, "Tessie, take that necklace off and give it to me,"
I will cut you, Paul.
I would.
I will.
Don't you dare.
I will
Sorry.
say, I will say that I think for her asking to take off necklace would be like asking me to take off sword.
Basically, yes.
I will not do so. It's
Do you
symbol
wear
of-
your sword iron, Ivan?
I have 4. I have 4, so if one
Okay.
needs to be anywhere else, I still have more sword.
Good man.
Would you surrender
Pulls out
your
a dragon.
sword to a
There are
cleric you respected in a higher
there are
position?
circumstances I take my sword off my body.
Yeah, we can
But-
get into that later. Let's,
Well,
Yeah.
yes,
let's get
I
out
mean,
of the sewers
obviously,
for
I would
now.
take the necklace
let's
off.
leave
my
I
this
back,
think, for
Definitely.
example, let's take off sword to go to fucking bath and take very, very long one.
Okay.
Okay.
You all extricate yourself from the sewers.
Okay.
You're saying goodbye to the kobolds.
Yes.
They try and sell you a hatchling.
Oh, thank you.
It's so cute.
Well, maybe we take him up this time.
No. We will not separate a family, no matter how cute the hatchling is.
But outside of that, they seem very pleased that it worked out well for you.
Your hatchlings are all fine, lovely hatchlings that are worth market value and beyond, but we are not in the position for hatchlings at the moment.
Oh God.
And
Then you take yourselves back to the surface,
go to the spa.
go to the spa, get your weapons back.
Is Tessie still wearing it in the spa bath?
No, she'll take it off and put it somewhere safe where she can still see it.
I have the striking rune on my
Okay.
sword now.
But not in the creepy,
Not
my
my
precious, I
precious
can't
kind
let
of
it out
way,
of my
yes.
sight. But I'm in a
keeping it
public
in
bath,
sight,
and
yes.
it's a valuable item
Okay.
where she can see it.
That's. I guess I was most worried, I was most
The
worried
same that
because
I
I
do
couldn't
with-
take it
It'd be
off
more
at
like
all.
what I would do
Yeah.
with my phone
Right.
at a swimming pool,
For-
as opposed to
For those wondering,
What
her
Gollum would
ability to
do.
physically take it off suggests it's not a cursed item.
Okay, that's what I was worried
The
about
sort
because
of thing
like
which you literally can't.
when I
take
when I
off.
tried to take it off, it like
But-
frost burned my hand.
Yes.
Okay.
And then
Go to. I go to bed.
I go to bed.
I go back. I get
Spa
dinner.
time.
I drink a lot.
We were at the spa.
I
Now
meditate
we're-
on my
okay.
Yeah, I
tattoo
missed
and
that.
then go to bed.
How much does the spot cost?
we'll say
I think it was like 3 gold.
I think it was like 3 gold each. So that was for like deluxe treatment, I believe. But we'll say 3 gold for simplicity.
After that fireball, I'm paying it.
Yeah.
I also
was gonna say,
before
only
we
the
go
best.
out,
You
I'm
have
going to.
more than enough time to medicine everybody. back.
Yeah, well, I don't even medicine. Before we go out, I'm just gonna throw up another powerful
Heal.
heal.
Would
Could you all do that?
Okay.
Sorry.
would we have gotten enough?
Don't judge
huh?
me.
I have a lot.
Huh? Would we have gotten enough gold from the kobolds to cover a spa day?
I'll throw my level 2.
They had
We
like
got
what,
8
like
gold.
6 gold, right?
They had 8.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
it had
it'll
like
cover
8-ish
like 2
gold.
people.
Okay.
I'll
Almost
say
3.
yeah.
I don't mind putting in gold though.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can throw the 8 gold toward it. So basically, it reduces the cost to everybody by like half.
Okay.
We'll say that they give you enough that you only pay like a
everyone
gold
heals
and a
another
half.
12 from what I did. So
Well, we only took 7, so
yeah, so everyone's
Well,
only.
you only took 7.
No, everyone took because
No.
I had
No,
healed you for.
I took 20. I took 24, and then you
And then
healed
healed
a 17.
Yeah,
So,
and
yeah.
then I healed another 12, so
Okay.
everyone's up to
Yeah.
full.
So, and then you go back to the inn
Hmm.
after the spell.
Yes.
I get lots of beer.
How nice is the inn? Is it worth getting an actual inn, or is it okay? Is it nice?
This
enough?
is not bad. I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
he's fixed it up pretty nice.
Okay, good.
It seems like he had standards before his world was destroyed by rats.
Yeah.
And on the way in, I'm going to suggest to the innkeeper, you might want a cat.
I think you want the cat.
does the inn? We got one night free, right? So this would be the second night. What would it cost?
He'll give you the friendly discount. Double check my press list. Yeah, he'll give you the friendly discount such that if you guys double up in you're all in the big upstairs room.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll give you that for
Including
2
the
gold. Yeah,
total.
yeah, among all of you.
Okay.
I'll pay it.
I think it's just 5. It's 5 silver each.
Yeah, 5 silver each.
Everyone just pay 5 silver.
Or a kobold hatchling, maybe.
No.
No,
Or one
gold
kobold.
hatchling is exactly 1.2 gold. It's the market value.
Because,
Writing that
you
down
seem to be
here.
pretty well.
That's the current exchange rate for kobold hatchlings.
You seem to be pretty well rat free at the moment, but
Quick, we need gold.
if you're concerned about recurring problems, a cat might help
Or a kobold hatchling,
keep
apparently.
them away.
Yeah, you could figure that to a kobold hat.
Yeah. But yeah, I think we probably want to wrap it up now.
Sure.
Yes.
Well, you all
With us going to bed and.
you all go up to your room.
Oh, one last thing actually, because no, I will send that message to the Bramble Man saying,
Yeah.
Sure.
"What is your symbol?" I am also going to cast Dream Message. I did have prepared at Emmeline, and it's just going to say, "This was just to annoy you. Have good sleep." And then
Okay.
so you get that in the middle of the night.
Oh boy.
Tessie is going to.
Oh my god.
But I did. I also
go
cast
ahead.
the thing to the Bramble Man.
Tessie is going to do things to attempt to contact both the Brambleman and the Walker.
Okay. What things are you? Oh, when you go to sleep?
Yes.
Cool. We're
in
not
their
going to get
rooms.
there.
Oh yeah, I know. I didn't expect to.
No,
skip
I
it.
mean like we're not going to.
Yeah.
You're going to get interrupted. So, as you all are getting ready to do this, the rain has continued throughout the day outside. It's mostly a light rain. But as the night settles in earnest, the rain stops. And finally, the clouds overhead part. And down shines bright red moonlight.
Oh jeez.
Oh god, it's back.
Or spray.
She's
That's an excellent question.
She's with Orm.
Rest in peace, Orm.
And in the distance, you hear this echoing sound of a guttural cry. Ah! And then another responding closer. Then another from another direction. And when you look outside, this time it isn't the smaller moon, but the larger moon of Marvesh that is shining down red. And then from below, I'm not even going to bother with perception checks. From below, you hear clattering.
Is the city on fire?
You don't see fire specifically. From below, you hear a clatter as something shoves open the door to the inn beneath you.
Never
You
get
do?
nice sleep.
I'm running
Oh,
down to see
I'm
what the fuck
gonna.
that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting my armor and sword.
This can be
Yeah.
before you took your armor
And I
off
go
silly
I
things
go
like that.
down.
You all run downstairs, and there, standing in the first floor, looking around wild-eyed, is one of the pale-skinned women in tattered white, with bright red eyes.
Kill it dead.
And she looks over at you, those eyes glowing and wide, and stares for half a second before she turns and literally jumps through the window, which, by the way, has like bars, like like lattice work. She literally hurls herself through it, and then you hear another of those cries from right outside, and another answers it.
Okay.
Like breaks the bars and
Yeah, that's
Yes,
okay.
like she
Not-
shatters
not
the
like-
window
not
on
like
her.
she's
goes
like
through it, but
like she's
body
like whole.
goes-
Yes,
yeah.
like body blocks her way through
Yeah.
this window. And there's standing not 3 feet from where she was a moment before is Lucas at the top of the stairs down to the basement. What was that?
Something that needs to die right now.
Ah.
Kill it now and charge forward.
Okay. You charge out into the night with the red light of Marvesh casting down from above. And as you reach the street, you see the woman in white standing now next to another woman, shorter, hunched over, skin pure white, and dressed in dirty rags, more or less. Her pale skin mottled and wart covered. And she looks at you and waves a bony finger as invisibility dissipates on 2 gigantic minotaur skeletons and another of the women in white.
Nope, back in the hotel. Back in the hotel.
And that is where we will leave it for the evening.
Fuck.
Right before initiative. Oh, Scree's back, by the way. Scree returns.
Where?
Hey. Is she on fire?
She is not on fire.
Scree had wandered back here to try and sleep on Emmeline.
Yes. It didn't work out.
The siren call of Emmeline's back.
She doesn't fall asleep.
So, wow, that was the longest episode we've ever done by far.
Yes.
We are at 9:10.
5
I think we
hours.
beat our
Thank-
previous record by like 40 minutes.
Thank you, people, for sticking around.
Yes,
Scree
thank
just
you guys so much.
Cannot sleep on someone else's party member.
Yeah, thank you for sticking around with us. It's been a wild episode. And I got to
Oh,
finally
man.
pull some plot threads together. Next week, once again, I am going to be in North Carolina. So we are going to be doing a one-shot thing for that. But then the week after, join us as I wrap Arc 1.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh.
Finale coming
And
up
we
next week.
begin
Good way to start
on-
the year.
On the
Yeah.
next leg of the Dream Team's journey.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Dream team.
Dream
The
team.
surviving dream team. After.
We're here to take care of your Minotaur skeleton problem.
They're kind
Or
of like rats.
Sminotaur.
They're a little bit like rats.
Giant rats.
So yeah,
We are here to broker your kobold hatchling.
in the description down below, we have links to all of our social media and stuff if you would like to keep an eye on what we're doing and get reminders to do things like watch the wrap to Arc 1.
We got
Um,
Twitter. We got Discord. Discord's pretty fun, pretty active. We got our Facebook. We got
We
and
occasionally
of course,
Instagram.
all of our episodes are uploaded to YouTube. We do have
Yep.
an Instagram. We have an Instagram up. All of our episodes are uploaded to YouTube. So you can always get caught up and watch more things.
There is a summary on that as
There
well.
is, in fact, a summary video of episodes 1 through 10, so you can
Yes.
get caught up without having to watch every single episode.
But you should watch every single episode.
But you
because
should,
get to
because
see
they're
our
really fun.
faces.
yeah, sure. I mean,
But yeah,
as time
get caught
permits.
up and stuff. Yeah,
We occasionally
Um,
do hop on the Discord just for bullshit and memes.
yeah. I'm almost always have the Discord pulled up at least. I check it a few times a day, and get in conversations and stuff. Same with Dave and Paul. I know are pretty active on it as well.
Yeah.
And we have a Patreon as well. Have Dice Will Save on Patreon, and it's we have a lot of reward tiers. We're gonna start actually getting that stuff all put together and everything. So it's a good time to sign up on Patreon and get yourself some cool goodies,
Hey.
as well as our eternal love.
yes.
Invaluable that.
So,
it is. It's the
hopefully,
real reward.
we will see you all again. Well, they will see you all again next week, and I will see you all again in 2 weeks, unless you happen to, be in North Carolina, in which case I will see you on Friday.
Ichiban Con.
Ichiban Con in
Ichiban
Concord,
Con.
North Carolina.
The panel, and
what
we're gonna
North
be
Carolina?
doing some kind of one shot.
Where?
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
It's gonna be real fun.
What, North
I'm
Carolina?
gonna murder all
Concord.
of you.
Concord.
Yes,
Yeah.
Concord, North Carolina.
I
Concord grapes?
actually kind of believe
Good
that.
night, Wither
They're gonna
King.
murder all of
Night.
Good night.
Wither
But,
King was
yeah.
super active in chat.
Until then-
already.
Yeah, it was. With the King Suite.
Keep your friends close and your dice closer. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.